good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get our February 13th Town Council meeting called to order, and early preparation for tomorrow. I would say happy Valentine's to everyone. We got many texts today about the emergency vehicles out on 220 near the Hamburg Mill Road intersection. And so I reached out to Chief Johnson, who was actually out of town, but he had the update. I'm going to read this press release to you and then give you an update from this press release. But this is the official press release from the Greensboro Police Department. And this area actually is not actually in Summerfield. It's just before you get to Summerfield, but certainly we always care about the safety of everyone. So multiple agencies began conducting a search at approximately 8 o'clock this morning for a possible suicide subject who is believed to have entered the water at Lake Higgins, which I think that should have said Lake Brant, off the northbound lanes of 220 just before Strawberry Road. Resources from local agencies that are being used in the search include 4 boats, dive teams, and drone teams. The Greensboro Police Department appreciates assistance from the Greensboro Fire Department, High Point Fire Department, Guilford County Sheriff's Department, Guilford County EMS, Guilford County Emergency Management, Guilford County Fire Department, and Summerfield Fire Department. One lane of northbound 220 remains open as the search continues. An update will be issued when more information becomes available. And I just got a phone call from Chief Johnson, standing right here about 5 minutes ago, to let us know that they have located a body. And so it's very sad. We don't have the name. That's not been released. It's not important. But it's important that we remember that someone has lost their life, and remember not only them but their family as well in our prayers. So I want to make everyone aware of that. So with that being said, we'll begin with our invocation and our pledge of allegiance. So I'll call on Mayor Pro Tem Devaney, if she will, to lead us in our invocation.
If everyone will bow their head. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us the opportunity to be here tonight. Our hearts are hardened and saddened by what happened today on the edge of Summerfield. Please lift up the families and try to find peace among the family as to what has happened. We also thank you for allowing us to have this opportunity to be here tonight, to hear one another. We ask that you are with all of us and that you help us listen, have open minds, and be kind and understanding to all citizens. We pray that you continue to bless us, lead us, and guide us. In your name we pray. Amen.
We'll ask Councilperson Robinson, if she will, to lead us in our pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I think we'll start on this side with our introductions tonight.
Bob Porter, attorney. Brad Redis, planning director.
Dee Hall, finance officer.
Scott Whitaker, town manager.
John Doggett.
Keith Blake.
Lynn Williams Devaney.
Tim Sesters.
Janelle Robinson.
John Hamilton.
Sarah Tibbetts, counselor.
That is everyone. Moving on to item 4 of our consent agenda, the meeting agenda. I do want to point out that if someone would like to or would, please make a motion as part of the consent agenda that we add item E, which would be a ANY update that just came up yesterday, and then also item F, which we always have at the bottom for reports, updates, and comments. We would need someone to make a motion for that. And then also on the public hearing for the Strader Road rezoning, a request had been made to move that to the March meeting, and no consensus was ever drawn in the email thread. So if anyone would like to the appropriate thing would be to just, and you can discuss it now if you like, would be to say, we'd like to continue that public hearing to the March 12th meeting. So if it's still the will of the council to do that, you have a vehicle to do it. If not, we'll hear it tonight.
Perhaps we can break those up into two different items, if that's okay?
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, could I'd like to make a motion to add 14E, AY Greenway, and F, reports, updates, or comments.
Have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Is there any way to add
I'm
something?
sorry, further discussion.
Yeah. If I could add one thing to it to change 14D, if I could move that into closed session, as that involves discussions with an attorney and has attorney-client privilege information.
Mr. Hornet?
That can be done.
Okay. Do we need a,
You mean my time?
That would be under 143.318.11A3.
I think it would fall under 2 prongs probably because there's information we're talking
Well-
we already have and we want to get information from you.
so we already have that exact one on 15A. So I guess maybe you could just add a second item to item 15A. Just you could ask that it be moved from there to there.
Then my request is to modify the motion to allow that second item to be added to 15.
Do you accept that?
I do.
Any other further discussion?
Yes, I'd like to make one more amendment. As far as the minutes for the 126, the retreat, 126 and 127, I would like to hold those because we don't have all the information back from PTRC, who is supposed to give us his recollection, his minutes. Those were due to us, and I have not received anything myself.
And I'm actually good with that. There was some information in there. We got these late last week. There was a lot of stuff involved in those meetings, and I'd like to make sure the minutes are correct. There I had a couple of questions or suggestions for him anyway.
So as I understand it, the motion is to remove item 4B, perhaps move it to next month's meeting.
Yes, sir.
Is that the motion?
That is correct.
Have a motion? Do we have a
I'll
second? I thought you made the motion.
I made the motion
I
originally.
made an amendment.
And she seconded.
You accepted it?
I did. Accept.
We're good? Okay.
There's a lot of stuff.
Okay, any other changes? Do you have all those, Sarah? Okay, very good. Any other further discussion?
Did you move the meeting for the hearing, public hearing?
Not yet. That's a separate.
No, that's up to anybody who wants to bring that up. And if they don't, then we'll hear it. And even when we get to it there in the agenda, I guess you could still vote to move.
But first we have a motion that's been seconded on the floor.
That's
Then-
right.
And after the action on that, then we can go back to the...
If you'd like to, yep. Okay, so everybody understand the motions, plural?
Yes.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, and it carries unanimously. Any other conversation here on item 4? Anyone?
I'll make the motion for the applicant. I move that the applicant be allowed to defer his hearing until March 12th. The applicant has a unique situation. It's already his own business in one part of it. From my understanding, he's received a lot of negative response to it. The planning board's already voted no. Given these factors, I think it's unlikely that and this isn't part of the motion, this is more part of the discussions. Let me actually end with the motion, which is I move that the applicant be allowed to defer his hearing until March 12th.
Would we defer it, or could we continue it?
Continue it.
Continue.
Continue.
Marcia. Is that acceptable?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Do we have a second? Okay, motion does not pass for lack of a second. Anything else under item 4? Okay, we'll move on to item 5, announcements. Mr. Whitaker.
Just a couple of things. Our Founders Day event will be May 17th and 18th this year. Please put that on your calendar. And it's not too early to sign up for the Founders Day parade or booth. If you wish to be a vendor, you can go to our website, it's up on the screen, and just go to Founders Day on there, and you'll find that information. And then, speaking of our website, just for the public's benefit, council knows this, our planning department added a new page. If you look at the screen under departments, you go to planning, and then the last item there, pending cases. And that's always a quick and easy place to find materials about rezonings and cases that will be coming before the planning board and town council. And Mr. Mayor, that's all I have under announcements.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to add to the announcements on Founders Day. This year we're going to have a cake bake-off with all the churches in Summerfield. And we do have some takers, so if you're in a church in Summerfield, you can submit up to 3 cakes. And my information's all over the website, so just contact me, Lynn Williams Devaney, and I'd love to have some additional cakes coming in. And if you're in Summerfield and go to a church on the outside, I'm sure, or on the outskirts of Summerfield, I'm sure that we would welcome your cakes to come as well. So please consider that, and any sponsorships for the rides and activities that are going on. Ms. Cheryl Gore and I are working on that, so we would love to have any type of sponsorships for Founders Day as well. And one other thing, posted on the town website, if you have a design degree or if you're in college for design or that type of thing and you're interested in designing a sign for the town of Summerfield, you're welcome to do that. There's a list of information on the website that kind of gives you criteria and things to think about while you're designing your sign for the town of Summerfield. That's all.
Any other announcements under item 5?
Just a question for our clerk. I'm not sure our mics are working quite loud enough. Can we tick that up a little bit, please?
That was a good announcement. Thank you. Oh boy, that's really loud. That's really, yeah. Test. That's, yeah. Still got a little school to it. Any other announcements? Definitely needs to come down a little bit. Please. Okay, we'll move on to item 6. Item 6 is a very important item. We're going to ask Mr. Willis, if he will, to come forward. And your family, both of you guys, if you would, come up. And Mr. Willis has been on the Board of Adjustments since there has been a Board of Adjustments. So, turn around and face everybody so they can see you, sir. And the very beginning, I think it was 2004 is when the Board of Adjustment started, or was it prior?
I think it was 04.
I might have the answer here. I do have the answer here. It was 04. So 20 years of service and much more service. In addition to that, the military service. Let's talk close here and smile for Chris. Act like he's not there. So, but also a lot of military service represented here that we're all very, very thankful for. And even after those years of service, in addition to this service that he has done, I know for a fact that he participates in the Honor Guard, one of the best, most highly decorated honor guards in our whole state.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yeah. They do an amazing, amazing job. And so very appreciative to him. We have with us tonight Dr. Brady, Dr. Jim Brady. We're going to ask him if he would to come and share a few words with us. Reference Mr. Willis. I'm going to come with 20 minutes.
My name is Dr. Jim Brady. I'm the current chair of the Board of Adjustment. Ron predated me on the board by about 3 years, so eventually I may catch up. The Board of Adjustment is a citizen board. We don't get paid. There's no compensation. The compensation you get is from participating in government. and Ron's service over these many years has been exemplary. And he should serve as an example to participate in government instead of just sitting back complaining about it and not doing a darn thing about it. I know that's an American pastime, but Ron's service shows that you can participate in the process and take great personal gratification for doing so. Ron, thank you so much for all your time on the board, and thank you for giving us all that time away from you.
If you'll stay with us, don't leave us. So I'll read this. No, I'll read it in a minute. That writing is so big. If you could, I could read it without my glasses. With great appreciation to Ron Willis for dedicated service to the Summerfield Board of Adjustments, November the 4th through January of 2024, presented by the Summerfield Town Council and a very grateful town, Summerfield. Hey, will you please give Mr. Willis a great Thank you. Hey, thank you very, very much. Thank you. Item number 7, our emergency services report. Summerfield Fire District.
I have that one.
Okay.
In the month of January, the Summerfield Fire District ran 25 fire-related calls, 51 EMS-related calls, and 39 other calls. Our call total for January was 115 incidents. We installed 15 car seats. We want to reiterate how proud we are of our men and women of the Summerfield Fire Department who made it possible for us to earn a Class 2 ISO rating, which is a huge accomplishment for our limited water we have in Summerfield. Did you know that scald burns from hot water and other liquids and steam account for 34% of overall burn injuries admitted to U.S. burn centers? 62% of these occur in children less than 5 years old. Some tips to stay safe include setting your water heater in your home to 120 degrees and always testing bath water with your hand to check for hot spots. Always use the back burners on your stove when possible and turn your pots and pan handles towards the back of the stove to prevent children pulling them down. Also keep hot drinks away from the edge of tables and counters and always use travel mugs with tight-fitting lids to prevent spills.
Thank you. And from the Guilford County Sheriff's Department?
Yes. For the month of January, the Sheriff's Office responded to a total of 249 calls of service in Summerfield town limits, resulting in 16 formal case reports. Of note, on 120, deputies responded to a residence breaking and entering on the 5600 block of Greendale Court. The investigation is ongoing. On 131, deputies responded to the theft of copper wiring from the cell phone tower on Winfrey Road. The investigation is ongoing. That is all.
Thank you, Mr. Doggett. Item number 8 is your attachments from our town's committees. I think we do have a couple of committee chair folks here in person tonight that would like to speak. Ginger, if you would, please come up. And you're the chair of Trails and Open Space.
Yes, I am. Good evening. Just an update on our current projects. The Summerfield Park Open Space Wildflower Garden has been seeded. The next phase will include building bluebird houses and benches for the space, and by adding a few meandering pathways. That's located just behind the trees here through the park. We're also meeting on March 16th for a work day in the Summerfield Park to reroute some sections of the eroded trails, as well as begin designing some additional trails throughout the woods. The Trails and Open Space Committee is also aware of the Council's explorative conversations regarding the proposed ANY Greenway beginning being rerouted up Summerfield Road as an alternative to the current design, which runs south along Highway 220, then turning north through the watershed, connecting back to Summerfield Road. We are aware that any trail or greenway blazed is set on the earth, on property which may be public and or private. The question is, what is the purpose of the trails? For the Trails and Open Space Committee, the answer is always connection. Connecting our community members to the outdoors, to one another, and to our town center, our schools, and even perhaps to a not-so-distant ice cream shop nearby or nearby neighboring town. What would the ANY Greenway mean to be rerouted up Summerfield Road? Connection with safety through a designated greenway. We already see pedestrians and cyclists using this exact route. Parents and children ride their bicycles up and down Summerfield Road. Community members walk along the road on Wednesdays and Saturdays to go to the farmers market located at the Performing Arts Center. And residents of the mobile home park walk along the roadway to get groceries. I walked to the post office just this morning. It is currently being used and will continue to be used by residents. This new consideration supports and invites safe connectivity. With the Summerfield Road Greenway proposal, multiple trails can be created to connect our neighborhoods and subdivisions to our town center, as well as to nearby Greensboro, and to be a part of the Mountain to Sea Trail. The Trails and Open Space Committee supports Council's consideration of altering the proposed AMI Greenway to be rerouted up Summerfield Road. We as a committee are happy to review Council's considerations and offer our input if so asked. On behalf of the Trails and Open Space Committee, we thank you for your service and for your commitment to our community.
Thank you very much. Any other committee reports here this evening? Any others? Any questions from the council on the financial report? Any discussion of that?
I'll ask you a question. You always say we don't study it. Thank you. Okay, because it says we haven't collected everything for our taxes and we're coming up to June, so and we always collect with it 98%. Are we on target to do that?
We will collect more than I budgeted on here. We always budget a little more conservative. You talk property tax.
Yes.
We always budget a little bit more conservatively, but yes, we're on track.
Okay.
That will continue to come in. I just got about, well, it was in your approvals. I just got $63,781 on February 1st.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion?
Mr. Mayor, would you like to mention the Sunday event of the DAR?
I'm about to.
Thank you.
Well, hearing no other discussion, I would like to say this past Sunday we had the opportunity to go over the Daughters of the American Revolution sponsored an event for the rededication of the Bugle Boy monument that's on 150 just inside our town limits, coming back from Oak Ridge this way. And I want to say a big thank you to our historical committee who sponsored and funded all of that, and to the ladies, and it's really neat. So that started. Now don't tell me if I get any of this wrong, just let me tell it, okay? Then you can correct me later, but I think in the late 30s it was originally put there, but wasn't very substantial. And then in 1941, the DAR, Daughters of the American Revolution, formalized that monument and made it much more, we'll call it robust. And then they left there and went back to this home or house in Kernersville after they had the dedication and had tea. And it was really neat. On Sunday, I think we were in the same place where they had the tea celebrating it in 1941, all this many years later. So it's unbelievable, and I want to thank Mr. Peterson. He was the guy who told the story of James Gillies and his death. And I did not know that he was only 14 or 15 years old and had actually signed up when he wasn't old enough to sign up, but had actually been serving since he was 11 years old. And then he ended up getting killed. He was 14 or 15, roughly. Mr. Peterson, was that close?
You got it.
So I tell you,
the building was Corners Folly in Turnersville. Some people may know that.
yeah, if you man, if you want to listen to some history, just get him going. It's just fascinating, all the stuff, and our whole historical committee, all the stuff that they've done, the artifacts that they found, and so very appreciative to our historical committee, and was happy to get to attend that with the DAR Sunday. So on to item number 9, our public comments. So public comments tonight will be, if you have a just a regular public comment, or if you have a comment on the budget, this is the time for that comment. Following this, you also have an opportunity to fill out one of these requests that are right over there, and you can just pass it around if you like. If you'd like to speak to the rezoning for the Strader Road rezoning, if you're here and haven't signed up to speak for that, you have that opportunity. Or if you'd like to speak to the zoning case for the properties that are being annexed into, or have been annexed into Summerfield. Like that, okay, Mr. Wood?
That's perfect.
Yeah, so those are all your opportunities to speak public in public comments this evening. So that being said, we're going to start with our public comments, and those comments regarding the budget. And I would ask, when I call your name, if you just come up and give us your name and your address, and then your 3 minutes will start, and you can share with us. So Michelle Bardsley.
Good evening. It's great to see you all. I'm your neighbor down the street in Vermill Park at 3 Wild Rose Court, Michelle Bardsley. And I'm here tonight because I will be on the ballot starting Thursday for North Carolina House District 62. And that district covers Summerfield, Northern Guilford, Northern Greensboro, Summerfield, Oak Ridge, Stokesdale, Colfax, Northwest High Point. So I'm here tonight to introduce myself. I thank you all for what you're doing as public servants. I know most of you. I have lots of friends. I'm very rich in relationship. That's what I say. I also have 4 children who graduated from Guilford County Schools. I'm an educator. I taught at Grimsley High School and also taught at the Academy at Smith. And currently I'm the instructional coach at Revolution Academy right now. So I'm here tonight just to say hello. Many of you may have gotten a mailer in the mail that looks something like this. I'm the lady behind the picture, and there is a picture of me on the 150 over there too. I mean on Battleground. So I'm here because I want to serve this community. I want to take my business background of 13 years of finance, accounting, and IT way back, as well as my educational experience, and I want to serve North Carolina. I want to serve you all, the families, the businesses in our community. There's a lot of things to be resolved, as we all know. When you're a public servant, there's a lot of problems. Some of the problems can be solved by the people themselves independently, because I don't believe government solves all the problems, right? But I'm here to serve. I'm a servant leader. I'm a member of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes Board. I serve on the Domestic Violence Commission from North Carolina, and I also serve on an Affordable Housing Management Board. I want you to get to know me, and I want to get to know you. I want you to know my heart. I can, because it's a great stage of life. My kids are grown. I have 4 grandchildren. I care about this community and all the communities in this district. I care about you and your children and your families, and I want that opportunity to serve you in the years ahead. If you want to know more about me, call me at 336-312-2734, michellebardsley.com. I see a man raising his hand. That means my time is up, right? Nope. Oh, it's not. Okay. Oh, he's not the timekeeper. Okay. But I appreciate all of you here tonight. I care about all of you in this community. I'm rich in relationship. I'm rich in heart, and I'm here to serve. I still have 50 seconds. Okay. All right. So let me make it formal. I'm not for casinos in North Carolina. I've already made it formal in other areas, but I'm not for North Carolina becoming a casino state. There's a lot of problems with that. I think we can grow our economy in other ways besides that. I am not for the de-annexation of Summerfield. Formally, I am not for the de-annexation of Summerfield, and I made a commitment that I signed a petition that I will not sign legislation in North Carolina when I win this race to de-annex your community in any part in any way. So now that's formally stated here tonight. I'm going to ask you to give me an opportunity to serve you. I have lots of character references. I've got some good stories. I only have 4 grandchildren right now. Mayor Sessions, I think, has 15. Amazing. So thank you all for letting me speak. Michelle Bardsley, it's great to see you all. Please show up at the polls starting Thursday and vote Michelle Bardsley for North Carolina House District 62. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bardsley. Ron Crawford?
Can I ask you a question?
Of us?
Bardsley or anybody else that's running for office?
I don't think that'd be appropriate, but you can come make your public comments.
Am I next?
Yes, sir. This doesn't have a topic on it, so did you mean this for public comments?
Yes.
Now, okay.
Not for budget.
Okay.
Dwayne Crawford, 1106 NC Highway 150 West. Not on my topic, but I'd like to request you reconsider the amount of time that we get to speak and restore it back to 5 minutes like it was for most of our town's tenure. That's a recent occurrence to drop it down to 3 minutes. Topic is water. I know you're talking about it tonight, and you need to be careful with this because there's some people that will say things that are not true, and there's some people that will know things that don't say it. For example, 2015, we were having a public safety committee meeting, and I know town manager was there, Don Windleton, Teresa Pigram, I think even Reese was there, and the fire chief came in and says, we got a problem, we've lost 2 water points, and one of them was Polo Farms. And we asked questions, and he ultimately said, there's nothing we can do because the Homeowners Association of Polo Farms will not work with us. I have a deed from January 2015, this is before the meeting. It was jointly owned by Greensboro and Guilford County prior to January of 2015. Greensboro transferred ownership. The county and the city owned it, but the fire chief said he couldn't work with the Homeowners Association to address the problem. All right, gotta go quick. I'm gonna give you some information. I'm giving you a fire incident report, one of many that are filed over the years. And after I'm through giving this to you, I will tell you this is the only hard evidence that you have had put in your hands that you can look at that says the fire department has ever had to haul water to fight a fire. Most fires, home fires, are put out with what's called first responder. I lost my words, but they don't go down. They don't go to the houses dry. The trucks come fully loaded. Most of them are put out with the water they bring on first response. You heard the fire chief up here not too long ago berating me a little bit about that very subject that I just put in your hands there, saying I was not giving complete information. He said he had more information. He gave you numbers, but he said I haven't given you hard facts. Here's some more hard facts. The fire district was reviewed and got a certification back in 2018. And that certification comes from the State Fire Marshal's Office. And there's lots of performance and measurements that go into that. One of those is measuring water, the ability to have access to water, to be able to retrieve the water, to be able to use that water and apply it when needed. If you look at the second page, there's a chart, and Summerfield's fire rating is 990, which is a good rating for a rural fire protection district. And it's right in line with a lot of other rural fire protection districts. If we have a water problem, the State Fire Marshal's Office is the final authority to tell us if we have it. And they didn't say we had it. Thank you.
Beth Kaplan.
Beth Kaplan, 7979 Highfield Road. The School of Government says that you should bring your personal experience, professional knowledge, and passion for your community to your work as a planning board member, and Clark Doggett has certainly done that. But this isn't important to this council. Tonight they want to rewrite the conflict of interest policy so that they can start systematically removing planning board members that don't vote the way they feel they should vote. Do you know that 160D, the law that governs planning boards, already deals with conflict of interest? It even goes so far to say that if a board member doesn't recuse himself, but the board feels he should, they can vote to remove him from that case. As far as I know, we'll be the only town with a special ethics code for our planning board. The council is saying they want to change because of transparency and optics. Well, let's talk about transparency. After Councilmember Devaney was elected to the council, she ran a huge piece in her Summerfield Living magazine on Clark Doggett about what a special and important member of the community he was. And then in October 2020, she voted to add him to the planning board. She didn't have a problem with him on the planning board after his son was voted on to the council. She didn't have a problem with him until he voted yes to the couch text amendment. Yet in September 2023, Devaney, along with Councilmember Robinson, voted to reappoint Doggett to the planning board. Maybe Devaney was hoping she would win his vote for re-election. And Clark Doggett has been completely transparent about what property he has owned. Can we say the same about Councilmember Robinson? She certainly failed to disclose that she was renting property near a recent rezoning. Now let's talk about optics. Councilmember Hamilton said that Clark Doggett would have influence over Councilmember Doggett because he was his father. Does he really think that would change if he was off the planning board? Would he have any more influence than, say, a citizen who bought expensive billboards for candidates during their elections? Or how about these optics? Clark Doggett voted for the couch text amendment. Devaney starts talking about removing Clark Doggett. The council rewrites its ethics codes to remove Doggett. How will that look to the General Assembly, to the NAACP? Sounds like Devaney thinks the planning board is biased, just like she stated the land use steering committee was, and this is her way of removing volunteer citizens that don't agree with her. The council job is to lead, to protect this town, and to be good stewards of our tax money. Don't fail us, leave the planning board alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaplan. John Bless.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I too am a candidate for House District 62, and I had the honor of serving in that seat for 9 terms. 7 of those I represented Summerfield, and never took it lightly. And when I take an oath of office to represent people, I represent them, and I think that's for life. Therefore, I was quite upset when I found out what was going on with this de-annexation. And not so much the development, that's fine, whatever. It's up to the council to make those decisions, not the legislature. And I wondered the whole time, where in the world is the Guilford delegation, in the House especially? I understand the Senate, why they might have been more skittish, but let me say another thing clearly. Pledges now to do something next session, that's 2025 and 2026. There's a bill right now that's holding a gun to your head saying, give my man what he wants or you lose this territory from your town. That is wrong, not just for Summerfield, but for the whole principle of it is wrong. Every town, every municipality in the state ought to be up in arms for that, to stop that precedent that whenever your decisions aren't liked, we can run to the legislature and get them to overrule you. That's dangerous. It goes against self-government. It goes against our whole system of government. And so I decided I had to act. I went down for the 3rd time since I've been gone. I've been gone 5 years, a little over 5. And 2 of the 3, Majority Leader John Bell has let me go into the Republican caucus. And I'm not just going to fight this in next session. I'm fighting House Bill 5 right now. It started off as a 1/2-page bill to de-annex some territory voluntarily in Fuquay-Varina. It's now a 6-page, 16-item hodgepodge in conference committee with this put in the dead of night, never giving the people of this community a voice, a chance to go tell your legislator, vote against this provision. They didn't file a bill, didn't hold a committee hearing, never passed the House. It just gets stuck in a conference report between the House and Senate, and that's improper procedure. I acted, I went down and I lobbied legislators. I've been in touch with them. I will do it again in the short session that this is still eligible for the short session that starts April 24th. And I will go down, hopefully I will get into the caucus, and I have been calling members. Just yesterday, one told me, be careful, they may calendar this for like the first or second day when no one's expecting it on April 24th or 25th, but I will continue to vigorously represent your interests if I return next session.
Thank you. Gail Dunham.
Gail Dunham, 5805 Snow Hill Drive, and I'm so sorry we only have 3 minutes. Thank you to Mr. Blust. We don't need an $8,000 a month lobbyist when you've got someone like John Blust who's been down there fighting for us, and he's going to continue to fight for us, and he has the connections to do that. Thank you very much. Bandera, we had the town definitely committed to completing Bandera. You were going to take pride in it. Now you're saying you don't have enough money. You got all this money in the bank. But I think you can't be saying, well, we have to find someone else to pay for it. Be committed to Bandera. The ANY Trail up Summerfield Road. I would ask that you not proceed with any construction until you have 100% of the easements that you want with no condemnation of property. You gave yourselves the power to condemn property for a bicycle path, and I'm asking you to make a commitment that you will not condemn property, and that ANY, we've got the developer's already saying, well, gee, we got half of it, so let's get started. No, get the whole thing or none at all. I'm asking you to delete 13A from the agenda. There's a lot of concerns here. I think 13A, this is great. You will destroy our wells and raise our taxes, and I'm totally against those things. There's so many questions here. Is this for municipal water or is this for the fire department? We have 7 pages here. We don't know any of that. Now all of a sudden we still got this 200,000 gallon water tank that you want to build, and you want to do it on a piece of property that the town owns that probably has an assessed value of $2 million. There's a whole lot better things you can do. And I don't know, if you're going to do this, put it to a referendum. Because there's been no public hearings, you've had no public input on this. How many of you, if you look through this, I could give you about 5 of the acronyms and see if any of you know what those acronyms mean. I don't think you do, but I only have 3 minutes. All meetings have been private. The 7 pages you're talking about, this is really cozy. Won't this be some kumbaya thing? We're going to have a kickoff meeting, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Every single meeting has been private. There's been no public input. We want to know what you're going to do. We want to know what you're going to do. The fire department does not need a 200,000 gallon water tank on a $2 million piece of property. How many of you have walked that property? I think that Scott has always wanted that property because he wants to preserve the little White House, the retreat. He wants to conserve the barn, but I don't see any need for this. And also we're going to have fire hydrants on 150. All these things, but there has been no public participation. Have a referendum. One last thing. I want all 8 of you to accept liability for this if it goes through.
Vicki Bridges.
Hi, Vicki Bridges, 6402 Lake Brant Road. I have been a citizen of Summerfield for 29 years, almost 30. And I've served on the town finance committee for the last 10 years, and I currently serve as the chair of that committee. I'm here tonight to express my support for our current form of government and our town manager, Scott Whitaker. Summerfield is fortunate to have someone with his knowledge and experience as our town manager. I have had many meetings and interactions with Scott over my almost 10 years on the finance committee, so quite a long time. I am a CPA, so I do have some background there. And I have found him to be knowledgeable and professional with a depth and breadth of knowledge in matters of governmental rules, regulations, and operations that it's impressive and it's needed by our town. And, you know, our ever-growing community. He has continually shown non-biased, non-political views in how he oversees our day-to-day business of our town, and it's my belief that he has always worked for the good of Summerfield. His professional and personal code of ethics is one that we should all try to have. Our town, for many reasons, needs a professional manager. And, you know, some of those reasons are to help you all, our council, find resources to solve community challenges. By, you know, finding long-term frameworks for policy development and goal setting with results that benefit all of the citizens of our community. Scott does that. We talk about these in our meetings. We talk about long-term plans. We talk about budgets. We talk about all the things, all the financial things that affect this town, which is huge. It's huge. You know, it takes a lot to produce our annual budget and capital improvement plan. It takes a lot of effort. Dee's a big part of that. She does a great job. But Scott drives it. He is fantastic. And when we have these meetings, he and Dee are both so knowledgeable when our committee asks questions. And we ask a lot of questions, really, and hard ones sometimes, because we want to know. We are serving the town. We are trying to help, you know, drive our town, you know, and make sure that our council and our town manager are doing their job correctly. This is important, and it's important because some of our council members don't understand finance. They don't understand what it takes to run a town, and we need someone who can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bridges. Ann Snyder.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council, and everyone here tonight. I'm Ann Schneider, and I'd be grateful for your support for my campaign for the North Carolina House, District 62. With 4 years as the mayor of Oak Ridge, including a total of 6 on the town council, I have the leadership experience, the conservative values, and the relationships needed to represent our district. We need a leader in Raleigh who understands how our towns and cities work. I'm the only candidate who understands the needs of our small towns, which make up the bulk of the 62nd district. I can fight to support those needs, just as I fought to support the needs in Oak Ridge, raising over $9 million in outside funding for fantastic projects. I already have a proven record of leading the fight against state overreach and local zoning, including the annexation. I drafted a resolution that was a model for our small towns back in March of 2023. It was also a model for the North Carolina Mayors Association, where I served as a board member, and was shared with everyone who was a part of that association, because it is true. This sort of nuclear option, as I call it, affects every town in the state. I also have strong relationships with state leaders and have worked closely with them on a number of issues such as this one. Worked with at least 10 legislators on this issue alone, and also on issues like getting Michael Logan on the school board. I worked and represented our small towns in the fight against the countywide mask mandate a few years ago. So as your next representative, I'll continue to fight for you. Because I understand legislative and policy issues, I'll actually get things done in Raleigh.
I'll bring common sense, conservative values with me, and a strong moral backbone. I'll fight for low taxes and responsible growth to help us fight the inflation that's biting into all of our family budgets. I'll also defend our citizens' constitutional rights. I was recently given the highest overall ranking by the North Carolina Grassroots Organization, which surveyed us primarily about gun rights. I'll empower parents, support teachers, and get our schools back to basics without cultural or political indoctrination. And I'll always listen to your concerns, and I invite each and every one of you to reach out. My information is on the Town Council, the Oak Ridge Town Council website. You can get my cell phone there. I also have a website, annschneidernc.com. Finally, I'll stand up for those who protect us, law enforcement, our military, our first responders, and our veterans. A little bit about me. I've lived in Oak Ridge for 15 years. My husband of 36 years, Matt, and I attend the Oak Ridge Methodist Church, which is now part of the Global Methodist Church. We're active members there. I'm semi-retired, but I've run a small business for about 25 years. And again, thank you for letting me speak. Ann Schneider for North Carolina District 62. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Andrew Pearson. Oh, okay. Let me put that. Sorry, sir. Teresa Perryman.
Is that all the candidates, or rather the candidates speak?
Well, you're next.
Okay. Before time starts, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure I'm clear that in this 3 minutes I have to speak about the budget and general public comments.
It's public comments, budget, both. Totally up to you.
Okay, so that did get changed last year. Hi, I'm Teresa Perryman. My address is 7401 Green Lawn Drive. Y'all know me. I will make this short. My first thing is, I just want to let y'all know my favorite sound they ever made was the sound of a clock. It said tick-tock, tick-tock. That'd be the quietest sound ever made. And number two, since I have to talk a budget, I'll keep it quick. The budget sucks. Number three, again on this, y'all know the water's my baby. It's not right. We have those 2 contracts in place. They're still good today that they were signed back in the early years. And it's not right. I mean, if you want to take money, if you just got to have fund money, then I cannot stress enough to take that money and build a bridge over Strawberry Road. That is like the best thing you could do for Summerfield instead of trying to ram water down. I've been in these water meetings. I know what it is. You cannot tell me. I followed this. I'm like John Bluss. It started with a half page. And then it just kept getting tacked on and tacked on and tacked on. And now it includes sewer in that bill that a lot of citizens don't know about. So working with a surveying engineer company, I know that sewer follows water. And you cannot bring water down here just for a certain amount that, like Dwayne said, for what? You know, a couple fires a year that you need water? Really? You're going to spend millions of dollars to go down people's front yard and put in fire hydrants for a few fires. I know all about the rural fire district. Every time there's called, there's not just our fire district called, there's several fire districts called. They've got plenty of water coming to a fire. That has never been a concern of safety of the citizens for me. And also, I think y'all really need to go back and ask if it's okay that you can put budget and public comments in the same 3 minutes. You're censoring me so that I cannot have my freedom of speech to talk what I want to talk about for 3 minutes. I don't want to sit there and talk about the budget. I made it short. Budget sucks. Thank y'all. Have a good evening.
Paul Tallrow.
Would that be Pam?
Oh, it is Pam. I'm sorry. It is Pam. Yes.
I'm stuck back back in the back, but I think you all can hear me. My name is Pam Torpenholl. I live at 6800 Brookbank Road, and I don't need 3 minutes. I thoroughly agree with what this lady said about Scott. I think he's a true asset to Summerfield, and I am so proud to know him and to have had dealings with him. He's very professional, and if you all make the mistake of terminating his contract, it will be a horrible thing for Summerfield. We don't need that.
Thank you. And Reese Walker.
Reese Walker, 7475 Strader Road in Summerfield. I think 3 minutes is probably plenty of time, especially if you're quick. We've heard lots of stuff. You don't spend time handing things out. I think you ought to be able to get it done. So being quick, the first thing I'll say is, I think you suck. And to put context to that, my wife put a post on Facebook that was critical of you as an elected official. And it's my understanding that you reached out to the school system to complain about her behavior.
I did not.
Well, someone did.
Okay.
It was told to her it was you. And I don't want, this is my time, please. If it was you, that is totally inappropriate and not called for. Secondly, I'd like to ask that we vote against the Strader Road rezoning. I think that's an appropriate location for that type of development. And lastly, Janelle, I know you have my wife's number. If it was you, I'd hope that you'd call her. I know you have her number because you call her and harass her from time to time. And that is a fact. Thank you very much.
Any other public comments? Anyone else sign up for public comments that I have not called? Just make sure that they didn't get mixed in with the Strader Road. Okay. So we'll close this period of public comments and budget comments. So moving on to item number 10, council manager and or attorney response to comments. That's open to anyone.
I think some of the things hit on tonight we're going to discuss as the night goes on. So I think there was a comment about Clark Doggett and removing him from the planning board. We're actually looking at a policy that prohibits family members of the town council and mayor from serving on the planning board and the board of adjustments, which is a policy that we already have in place. Actually, it's an ordinance, which is a law that's already in place for our committees. So give me a committee, like for instance, finance committee. You can't be on the finance committee if your family member is on town council. So we're going to look at making that uniform. And no one is attacking Clark Doggett. I don't think anyone has said anything bad about him. We appreciate the candidates coming tonight to introduce themselves. It's good to hear from you all and to see you. And that's it.
Any others?
Mr. Mayor, I have a comment. There's a lot of talk this evening about de-annexation, and I just want to get some clarity on a topic. I know that town manager and the mayor met with David Couch this past week, and most of you probably know that is the individual, the developer who has been ghosting our town for a while, threatening to de-annex a good chunk of our town, caused stress, resolutions, text amendments, and quite a bit of financial burden. And you have absolutely every right to be having conversations as representatives of our town. I'm just wondering why neither of you let council know ahead of time that you were having a meeting to perhaps ask if some of us wanted to attend. I've never met the guy before, but at least ask us if we had any questions to share that maybe you can ask on our behalf? I'm just asking if that ever came to mind.
Well, to be clear, the meeting was not to discuss anything to do with de-annexation. Mr. Couch is also a citizen of Summerfield who owns land where we would like to put a trail. And that meeting was to discuss the trail. And it took a long time to put that meeting in place. A lot of asking and asking and asking. And I don't notify the committee or the council when I have other meetings with citizens. And I had an opportunity to talk with him and make some requests about the trail. That's why I asked that this be added, that in addition to the phone call that I sat in on yesterday, to be able to update the council. So it was in no way a secret meeting, but I typically do not notify council or anyone else when I have a meeting with a Summerfield citizen.
I understand your concern though, Councilman Clay, because even though Mayor Sessoms is saying he doesn't typically do this, this citizen is not an ordinary citizen. It's one that there's quite a bit that we have going on with. So, yeah, Mr. Mayor, if you could make sure that we know from now on about any sort of meeting that you have with him. I think you even said we've been working on it for a while. So it doesn't sound like it's a last second thing. If you could just keep us in the loop on that.
It did come up very last second. We've been requesting it for a while. A response came, I think the day before, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, and I don't think we're meaning to point fingers by any means, but if you could just keep us in the loop on that going forward.
Ahead of time.
Ahead of time.
Well, I have a question about the AMI Greenway. I thought that we are paying consultants. To me, it feels like gazillions of dollars. I don't have the actual number. Kimley and Horn to actually negotiate property where the trails are going to lie, we have, and that type of thing. And that was the whole reason for the meeting here at the community center, where property owners could come and sit along with all of us and the town manager, so that Kimley and Horn would kind of have a consensus of how we want to move forward. I thought that was what they were hired to do.
Respectfully, I would suggest we talk about this under the item 14E, as this time period is to discuss public comments that came from the public.
And if I can say one more thing, I think I heard from someone, and someone called me as well about changing the form of government. I don't know where that actually came from. There's nothing on that on our agenda that anybody's remotely considering.
Anything further? Okay, then we'll move to the public hearing for the action for the rezoning of 7400 Strader Road and 1172 NC Highway 150, parcels number 148010 and 148013.
So I'll start with that conversation. Just to introduce that, of course, this has been through our normal process for rezoning. Had an informational meeting. We had a planning board meeting for that. It was advertised to residents and scheduled for this evening, obviously, for a hearing. The applicant has made a request to defer this until the March, is it 13th? The March meeting?
March 12th.
March 12th meeting. And so that request is before council tonight. So you, of course, according to our UDO, you have the option of proceeding with the hearing as planned or deferring per the request. If you do that, you just need to set a date, time certain for that meeting, so that residents can come out then and speak. And technically, the hearing would need to be continued this evening instead of just passing that along, unless you want us to re-advertise, and I don't think you want us to do that.
Is there any discussion on that? Motion has been made and it failed for lack of a second. Is there any discussion on that at this time? Or would someone like to make a motion?
I'll just give the reasons why I made the motion earlier to see if there's any other interest in it. And the reasons is that they have an unusual situation where that corner is already business. And I believe there's sort of like an L-shaped area around it that they're trying to rezone. And he put his application in, and he's got a negative response about it. And given the factors that, you know, he's trying to work with people, if he has more time to get a little bit of support from the public and to work with them on some kind of compromise that they could work out. Because, again, the corner actually already is business. And so if he can get that and work out something that's beneficial for everybody, because you know, reading the room, I understand it's a very negative response right now.
Right.
Correct.
So I just wanted to give him and you all an opportunity as well, because if we say no tonight and something is built on that corner, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't change it to residential. It is business.
It's not going to work.
I understand. I just wanted to make sure that everybody had every chance they could.
Why can't he change it to residential?
Ma'am, sir, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You will have an opportunity to speak, I promise.
I've already made a motion earlier. It failed, so I'm not going to make one unless someone else does.
Any further discussion? Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Hearing that, we'll proceed. So, Mr. Rentz, would you present the towns? Is that what we're going to do first? Is that correct? Okay. Go ahead.
All right, Council. So, in your packet, just a reminder, the page numbers that I'm going to be referring to at the top are there in bold. And we'll start here with letter A, Town Council action. This is the whole public hearing for this case, RZ 05-2023. Rezoning from agricultural, AG, and business, BN, to the conditional zoning districts, BN, or CZBN. Item B there, you'll see a location map. There is a larger one in your packet. We'll see it here in a moment. A little dark on the screen, but there are two parcels here for rezoning. The one there on the left, the actual corner parcel, is the one that is currently zoned for unconditional business, so just straight business, general business. And the one there on the right is the larger parcel that is zoned for agricultural. You'll see there in blue the quarter-mile mailing notice that we sent out. And again, just the two parcels highlighted in yellow are the ones here tonight being considered for rezoning. I think we did a great job of telling you exactly where they are. They are on NC 150, at the corner of a straighter road and NC 150. So I guess you could say somewhat halfway between the CVS intersection on 220 and the next major commercial intersection, which is where Centerbird Grill is, former Southern States, those buildings. So moving on then to the top of page 3. Surrounding zoning and land uses. To the north, you have AG for single-family residences. South, RS, single-family residences again. East, RS30, single-family residences. And to the west, RS30 and AG, single-family residences. The applicants and owners, applicant Mark Isaacson is here tonight, and the owners 7400 Schrader LLC are also here. The tract size total, the two parcels combined, equal 3.2 acres. And again, just a reminder, the applicant request is to rezone one parcel from the general business district BN and one parcel from the agricultural districts to both be CZBN for conditional zoning business. Moving on there to item C. Again, this is a conditional use rezoning application, and the subject properties are located in the NC 150 scenic corridor area overlay. As we mentioned earlier, the informational meeting was held on January 10th, 2024. Several residents, many of whom are here tonight, were in attendance at that meeting. There was concern there about some of the uses, in particular the animal care uses. And as a result of that informational meeting, the applicant did remove those animal care uses from the proposed uses for these parcels. The planning board held their public hearing on January 26, 2024. Again, many of the residents here tonight were there as well. The planning board voted unanimously to recommend denial of this rezoning request. Their consistency statement, as well as the minutes, are in your packet. The consistency statement is on page 13, and you'll see it here in a moment. And then as mentioned, on February 5th, 2024, the applicant requested the public hearing deferred, but we dealt with that matter now. Moving on to page 4 at the top, this is item D, compliance with adopted plans. The planning department finds that the most relevant section of our comprehensive plan is appropriate limited commercial development. And the planning department's recommendations there are in item E, but we'll read through what's in italics there real quick. So while this rezoning request proposes a commercial zoning adjacent to residential zonings, the introduction of a conditional zoning on the corner of Strader Road and NC 150 removes the possibility of more intensive uses on the parcel already zoned for unrestricted commercial. The applicant proposes a trade-off of sorts where neighbors may receive a more restricted conditional zoning in exchange for expansion of commercial zoning area. The planning board, well, excuse me, that is a carryover from the planning board, but the council should also consider proposed conditions and the compatibility with the comprehensive plan's policy areas for appropriate limited commercial development. And a copy of the section of the top plan is in your packet. We'll go over that here in just a moment. But specifically, the planning department believes that policy areas 1.1, 1.2, and 1.5 are addressed with the proposed conditions. Additional buffers with planting yards in the conditions could increase compliance with policy area 1.4. However, site plan considerations will be able to accommodate this area if approved in the future. So then, in conclusion there, the planning department recommendation, so given the limited scope of potential commercial uses and additional development conditions proposed by the applicant, the planning department recommends that the council approve this rezoning request as proposed by the applicant. We find that it is in congruence with the comp plan given its appropriate limited commercial development and considerable conditions to mitigate the negative effects from commercial development to neighboring residences. So page 5 is what will come back here in a few minutes for your decision. Page 6 is that excerpt of our comprehensive plans that I mentioned. You'll notice the policy areas there that I mentioned as well. Page 7 is the applicant's request for deferral. Pages 8, 9, and 10 are all their application materials. Page 10 there, you will see their most recent after the informational meeting conditions, proposed conditions for these two parcels. So just to be clear, as the applicant has requested, if approved, these are the only uses this property could be used for. Development conditions there are there as well. So if this property were to be rezoned tonight, it must be in congruence with those development conditions there at the bottom. So any buildings on the property can only be 1 story. And the second one is more of an administrative thing. If approved, the properties would be combined in one parcel. So moving on to page 11 and 12, that was the notice that the residents received. And it's also on the properties. Page 13 is the plan consistency statement from the planning board, signed by our chair who is here tonight. And that is the end of your packet.
That complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. And so now we'll call on the applicant, Mr. Isaacson, and if you'll, Mr. Isaacson, if you'll come forward and introduce, the folks that you have with you, and then you can tell us, you can talk to us about your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Mark Isaacson at 804 Green Valley Road in Greensboro. Pleased to be here to present this project for your consideration. With me this evening are the two principals of the LLC that owns the property. If you'll raise your hands, Tim Whalen and Will Stevens. They're both fairly local. Will grew up here and owns other properties here in Summerfield. They're experienced real estate developers.
Yeah, here you go.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
All right. They're both experienced real estate developers, and we look forward to developing this property as presented. Let's go through, I know there are a number of people here to speak, so I'll run through this fairly quickly. The existing property, as you've heard, about 1 acre is already zoned for unconditional business, general business uses. There's some of the examples of the permitted uses here on this slide as well, but we'll get into that a little bit further. And let's see, Scott, are you running that? Okay, thanks. Next slide, please. We did listen to some folks at the neighborhood meeting that was held at Town Hall, and as a result, we eliminated all the animal care uses, that's primarily veterinarian-related uses. We also added a condition on the right that no building would exceed 1 story in height. That was to address a concern that we heard. And then, as Brad mentioned, an administrative condition to combine both properties if this rezoning should be approved. Next slide. This is for illustrative purposes only, but it does show, whoops, if we can go back one. The illustrative sketch plan or site plan here shows 2 buildings, approximately 9,000 square feet each, 1 story each, parking and open field and open areas, which we'll see in some further illustrative renderings. But if this rezoning were approved, this is illustrating how the property would be laid out, the proposed access points, although of course those would be subject to NCDOT driveway permit approval. No traffic study was required for a project of this size, but we would of course, if this were approved, or in any event, work with NCDOT and the town on developing the most appropriate access points for this use. Next slide, please. These are for illustrative purposes as well. Some renderings of the elevation of the buildings. The wall, the brick wall that you see there would be for some signage and just as a buffer, as well as the landscaping here. And you'll see, continuing on, the way the property would be laid out and developed. We anticipate, you can keep moving through these. We anticipate this would be primarily intended for professional services, medical, health-related, personal services. We think there's a need for these services here in the town to serve the residents of the town, make it more efficient for access, and bring those services to citizens in Summerfield. So these are, again, several illustrative renderings that we had prepared for your consideration. And then moving on, what if? So there was a lot of discussion at the planning board meeting about, well, we don't know what could go on the 1 acre site already zoned general business. We thought that we would bring before council some facts and information on which you can make an informed decision. These are some examples, and Scott, you can just keep moving through these slowly. These are some examples of other uses on 1 acre or less that could go here. And so we wanted to illustrate that for council's consideration. The applicants, of course, would prefer to develop this property for these professional, medical, and related services. But we take the property as we find it, that's an old adage in real estate development, and make the highest and best use of it. And so these are some examples of uses that would fit easily on 1 acre, 1 acre parcels, and would fit under the town's development ordinance. Wanted to just make sure that the council sees all the accurate information and the facts, because you may hear some speculation and some opinions that challenge that. I wanted to make sure that you all have the facts on the table. Next, I think it's important that council look at your staff, your professional staff's report. The professional staff report references the town's comprehensive plan and some of the policies that support this application. And that's what the law charges you with reviewing. Not listening to what ifs or speculation or what may happen, but concentrating and focusing on, as your town attorney will remind you as well, the comprehensive plan, what's in the best interest of the town, what is the highest and best use for this property as it's currently zoned, or as it may be zoned if this application is approved. And so the policies that Brad has cited in his report, we think are well-founded. They are referenced in the duly adopted comprehensive plan. There's references to consistency statements, and there's references to the public interest. And so we we would submit to council that both of those tests are met by our application, and accordingly, we would request that it be approved. Some of the concerns that we heard at the planning board meeting were about the potential domino effect. And what if this rezoning is approved? What's to prevent dominoing commercial development down either 150 or Strader Road? And I would submit to council that, number one, you all, as council members, are the arbiter of what happens in this area. There was a reference to, well, what happens if it's left alone? Have we allowed the camel's nose under the tent? And I would say that the facts are that the property is what it is. The property is currently rezoned unconditionally for general business use for 1 acre. Several of those uses that you saw and others could easily fit on here. I think it's important for council to consider that you all make the final decision. You have comprehensive plan and other policies that would advocate against a domino effect. We recognize and we're sensitive to the fact that the surrounding properties are primarily residential. But I would submit to council that there are a number of instances in this area where professional offices and residential coexist very well. They're not that impactful. There's basic operating hours that work well with residential nearby, and it's an appropriate land use near residential and on a North Carolina highway. So when we take all of those factors together, it would be unusual to put or try to insert a commercial use, let's say in the middle of a residential area. This is not in the middle of a residential area. This is on a corner, an intersection of a North Carolina highway where part of the property is already zoned for unconditional business use. And I would just ask council to bear that in mind as you consider this. Other considerations that we heard at neighborhood meeting and planning board meeting were about, for example, water runoff. And we realized that this property is at a high point topographically. I would submit to council, and you can confirm this with your town attorney, that is not a legal consideration for rezoning. That's a site planning concern, and that the request here is to be focused on, does this comport with the town's long-range comprehensive plan? Is it supported by those principles? Is it an appropriate fit? And with our conditions, what we've really done is reduce the impact of the current zoned property to limit that to essentially office uses. So I think it's very appropriate to have an office use at a corner near residential. It's a very common and embraced development pattern that we see all over areas of Guilford County. Finally, I think that what we have here is what I call an opportunity for certainty. If this should be approved, you know what you're going to get. You will get essentially a professional office center located at an appropriate location to serve the residents of Summerfield. We have scaled this down and added conditions that I don't think you'll see in any other zoning condition like this. So it's an opportunity for certainty, and I would submit that for council's consideration and ask that you bear that in mind along with your comprehensive plan as you deliberate this. And we're happy to answer any questions now or as this moves along. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Isaacson. I think what we'll do is we'll open a public hearing and do that, and then when we open up to the council have opportunity to ask you guys questions at that point. So with that being said, we'll open up a period of public hearing, and on top of my list is Mr. Andrew Pearson.
Good evening. I'm Andrew Pearson. I live at 4109 Strader Court.
It's in a little neighborhood on the left-hand side there, right very close to the proposed development that you're talking about tonight. I know that there's probably going to be quite a bit of repetition tonight, and what I say you're going to hear again, but I would like to reinstate some points I made at the planning board meeting as well. The first is safety, and I know you've heard it from a lot of citizens. If you've been down Strader Road, if you've walked Strader Road, driven Strader Road, not so long ago it was a dirt road, a gravel road, and it's still very narrow, covered with potholes. When two large cars come down that road, you have to jump onto the curb. Many of us have kids that walk the road or ride bikes around like kids do. We're already concerned for their safety on that road. So enhanced traffic is a huge concern for us. The other safety impact is turning onto 150 from Strader. It's a very tricky intersection as it is, turning into high-speed traffic. When you start to put entrances and exits all around Strader and on 150, there's no infrastructure to support that. It's going to be a very high-risk intersection. Two, you have convenience factor. I think it's been stated, but we already have everything we need at 220 and Lake Branch. We have lots of medical facilities. New ones just went in on 220 by the CVS and the food line. We have doctors' offices, dentists, veterinarians, restaurants. These areas are also existing commercial. They keep people safe. They have turn lanes. They have stoplights. And they have empty buildings that could be developed and lots that could be developed as we need to grow in the future. I think we all recognize we need to grow. So let's do it in a safe way and do it in a way that aligns with the planning board's vision for the town and keeps us safe. So again, we're only driving 3 minutes right now to get to any of these places. Finally, the water was mentioned. I would like to, and I think I put in my letter to you, you're on our third septic system. I have a neighbor in the same situation. I know they do a lot of studies, they pull soil samples, and they give you a thumbs up. They did that for our septic system too. And then for the second one, they brought out the North Carolina Health Department head. We hired 2 consultants. They took soil samples. They gave us a thumbs up. That one failed too. So we're on our third system now. My point there is the studies don't always work. In the Strader Road area, they especially don't always work. We have a lot of off-site septics and people getting septic pumped around and a lot of failures going on. The soil there is just not, really not good for perking. So I would ask that you listen to the community tonight, listen to the planning board. Again, the convenience is already there. The infrastructure is very convenient and local. So I do think we need to continue to grow, but let's build on it where it makes sense. And finally, I think in a letter that you sent to some of the neighbors you put in there, and tonight you mentioned as well that you were part of the community and you're from here. So I think if this gets denied, the way you react to talk about your character. Because if you are from the community and you do care about it, you're not going to stick a jiffy lube on it because your reputation is going to get safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. John Lesesny. Did I say that right?
Close enough. It's John Lesane.
I wasn't close at all.
No one gets it right.
I apologize.
I live at 1202 NC Highway, 150 West. So as you look across Strader Road, first lot is my neighbor, then my lot. My background is I am a project management professional. I've also run a program management office for a utility company for the city of Fayetteville and that region. So I do have some experience with projects. I agree, we have to deal with facts. One of the most important things with any project is that you take your stakeholders into account, not just the sponsor. There are lots of stakeholders. I'm a significant stakeholder because I see it from my property. And why is this important? Well, I moved here as a single parent because I wanted a good place for my kids. My son went to Summerfield through the Summerfield baseball program, rec program. It's great. It's a great opportunity. It draws people from around the area. It's a great asset. I also wanted land where my kids could play. When my son was old enough, he could hit a baseball and it wouldn't be a problem. Summerfield is family centered. I think we all want to keep it that way. And I'm not against growing.
I'm very much for development where it's responsible. I'm not going to try to repeat some of the points that have already been said, but I look at this project, there are a lot of problems we have going into it. The long-term ramifications increase traffic. You said you have to deal with facts, not what is. And at the same time, we don't have a traffic study. I can tell you, because I work from my home, a lot of time traffic has gone way up. Spend a little time there around 5 o'clock on any weekday. Traffic has definitely gone up. So if we increase traffic, there are a lot of ramifications. Wear and tear on the road, what other size vehicles, what is the loading support, straighter road, will that have to be redone? Do we have to dig down to have a greater support? So there's a lot of questions about this. And just as someone who is a project management professional certified, I look at this, I see a lot of risk, I see a lot of stakeholders who would be disenfranchised, and that is a recipe for long-term disaster, even if the sponsor gets what he wants.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lassane, could you point to where you are?
Sure. I am. My home is right here.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So, not against you guys, but just the wrong project.
Patrick Phillips.
Yeah, good evening. I'll point to where I'm at. I am right here on 150. This one right here. For those of you that have lived in the area a long time, we purchased that home back in 2014. Been under foreclosure for 2 or 3 years. That lot that we're talking about, that zone, was for sale at that point. I think it had been.
I'm sorry, can you stop that? Is there a way to stop it? I'm sorry, sir, if you could give us your name and
I'm
address.
sorry.
First.
I'm sorry. Patrick Phillips, 1150 NC Highway 150.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. So anyway, we bought that place in 2014, and those of you that have lived in the area and have seen that house, I think you hopefully will acknowledge that we've put a ton of effort, work, and resources, money into that place. Heath knows, he came down our street. We sat back for a little bit. But anyway, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking. We'll hear a lot from the other neighbors. I just want to say that I'm opposed to this. It's been sitting there for sale for a long time. There's probably a good reason why it hasn't sold. It's been zoned that way for a long time. I didn't get a chance to attend the planning board meeting, but I listened to the meeting. Thanks, you tell me it was recorded. And yeah, there's good reasons not to do this, and there's a reason that hasn't sold. So take in consideration what you guys want to do with Summerfield. I think you'll agree that keeping things at 220 and Lake Brent Road is where we need to keep commercial property. Thanks.
And you got 2 minutes left. Just curious, are you okay with rolling the dice?
Sure. Okay. Sure. It's been zoned that way since what? What year was it zoned that way? 60 what?
64.
64. I'm good.
Ernest Sutton.
Hello, Ernest Sutton. I live 4101 Strader Court. It's not actually up there right now.
Above that part there?
Yeah. So anyways, I moved here 2019, moved from Dallas. Before that I was in Chicago. So I've been in the city and I understand all that it has the benefits of having those things close by. But I think most of us here, I don't want to speak for everybody, moved to this region or this area because we wanted not to be by those things. And I think that that's an important factor in why we chose where we chose to live. We had family here, but our situation changed as far as having kids. We have 4 young kids, the oldest is 5. And so safety is a big concern for us. I think that right now with Strader Road the way it is, people are already driving really fast. So you add more traffic to that situation is only going to get worse. Even right now, it's technically two lanes, but right now when we have trash out and you have the recycling out, once the trash comes by, that road gets even narrower because they have people putting the trash cans out. And so it becomes even more of a risk. I think, we didn't move here to look at a large medical building. we like to see the farms. Someone's going to talk later about their farm, and that's a big selling point to us and our kids. I spend a lot of time explaining to them where the cows are, where these animals are, and so that's a big part, and it goes along to the safety issue as well. I think can this area handle that increase in traffic? That would be my question, and I just don't see that happening. Another issue that is important to us, I can't really show it here. Are you able to go up to show where Strader Court is? So if you look here, this is probably the high point. It's going to be right here. And all the water flows down goes through right that point right there, which is our house. It's probably the second lowest point in the area. I know that the developer said that they don't care about the water, but to us it does matter because that is my house and that's what's being washed away is that area. We've had the Department of Transportation out. They said there's nothing that can be done. And so I can't imagine how taking away all that organic material and putting cement there is going to at all benefit. I keep hearing about the threats of what could be there, and I just find it interesting that because the people that own it are the ones making the threats about what could be there. It just seems ironic that they know what they could put there. So the threats aren't necessary because we're already scared because that is our community. That's what we love. We like the way that it looks. We like all those things, and so we don't need the threats because we're already concerned. But I believe everybody else feels that I would rather take a 1 acre problem and not have a 3 acre problem, which is everything at a bigger level. This doesn't make sense. So that's why I am against it. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Craig and Gary.
Good evening, Mr. Dinger, Council. First, I want to thank you for your service and what you have dedicated yourselves to our community. I'm Craig McGarry, and I live at 7411 Strader Road. I'd like to point it out to you if you don't mind.
Could you pause? I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm right here, approximately across the street from the development. My property here only perked for a 2-bedroom. I own basically the same amount of property as what this development is going to be on. And I keep hearing about water retention, that they are going to have to retain some water up to 1 inch on this parking lot. I don't know how they do that. I don't know how they retain 1 inch from a parking lot without a retention pond. So I think that's coming. And the lowest part of that property is right across the street from my house. So we may be looking at a retention pond there. But we're also against the entire development. And I'd like to just say this, that yeah, we're not opposed to progress, as another gentleman said, but we want progress in a way that is a good deal for not only the community there, but also for the town, and that would benefit the town. And as somebody else said, we already have 2 areas on either side of 150, one by 220, and we have another one down by Lake Brant Road, that perhaps that can be further developed down there for this type of commercial property. We just feel it's a bad place for developing right there, and there's a lot of problems that we are personally going to deal with because we already have a lot of water problems coming down that street. And I also want to caution you about the perking problems, because if I had perking problems, and we hear this from other neighbors, there's a lot of perking problems and septic problems. I'm a plumber by trade. I can tell you if they're going to have 8 offices there, each one is going to have a bathroom. So now you're looking at least 8 bathrooms being used every day, and that's going to take a lot to move that. Okay? So you got to think about that in light of these perking problems we're having. And the retention pond is down in the back. All the lines have to go toward the retention right, toward the retention pond. So that could be a problem when especially if it overflows onto the street. Now we're looking at potential hazardous waste coming down the street. So that's just my opinion as a plumber. Well, that's basically all I want to say right now. So I do appreciate your concern and your helping us as citizens and constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGarry. Priscilla Olnick.
Good evening, council, everybody. Priscilla Olnick, 3100 Pleasant Ridge Road. I had not planned to speak tonight, but I just want to say that I am super impressed with all you straight road people. And I want to give y'all kudos for coming together and sticking strong for what you believe. I took my mom, it's her birthday today, and we went out to lunch and we went to Char Bar, and I remember that y'all had said that you have done these kind of near the Natural Science Center. So we pulled in there, and they're exactly like what they have done there. They just kind of picked it up and moved them parallel. They have one that's white and it's got like some workout stuff in, and then a brown one that's not nearly as attractive. It has like a bra shop or something like that in there. But it's just not fitting. It's 18,000 square feet, that's ginormous. They have them kind of set in different situations, but these are going to run parallel. And there's lots of cars, lots of parking. And to the north, south, east, and west is all residential. I agree with the neighbors. I feel like we need to encourage them in our existing commercial. We have a lot that could be made better, improved upon. So I agree with these neighbors, and I think that surprisingly, I do not agree with this zoning. So thank y'all. Have a good evening. And good job.
Casey Willett.
Good evening. Casey Willett, I'm at 7317 Autumn Lake Drive. I can show you where that's at if I need to. Right there. I spoke at the last, I guess it was the planning board meeting, yeah. And just a quick story. I'm a Summerfield resident. We moved away from Summerfield 3 years ago for a job opportunity, moved to Georgia. Came back with the same company, had the opportunity to move anywhere in the U.S. and we wanted to come back to Summerfield, North Carolina. It says a lot about what we think about this town. You know, I don't want to repeat, a lot of people said I don't want to repeat, I don't either. I don't want to waste everybody's time. I feel very strongly about most of what everyone has said. One thing that has been mentioned is just the illumination that I think we should anticipate from the necessary lighting with the parking. That's going to shine directly in 3 of my 4 kids' windows, and we don't need that. Traffic is going to be a real thing and should be strongly considered. And this is, you know, this is a quiet area. I'm not against development either. Have made a living off of development, so I'm not that at all. But it should be done in the right place, and feel strongly that this is not an appropriate place for this kind of development. The fact that that parcel has been zoned commercial since 1965 or whatever it was is, in my opinion, a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. So Mr. Hamilton asked another citizen if we're willing to roll the dice, and I would agree. I think I am as well. So really weighed this a lot, thought a lot about it, and have tried to find an upside for citizens in the immediate area and be open-minded to it. And simply can't find the upside. I see a lot of risk. I don't see the upside. If there was a need for the list of services that are being proposed, I would strongly consider it, but it's not like they're in need. I think there should be an equitable need and supply. to make something make sense like this, and I don't see the need for it. We've got all the services very local, give or take a mile either direction. We're not lacking in that regard at all as a community. So for those reasons, I would strongly encourage you to not vote to rezone this agricultural land. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Willett. I'm going to give this a try. Sheila Poena. Okay, I wasn't close, was it?
Almost. Sheila Bina. So I live at 4105. Kind of. 4105 Strader Court. So I'm right down there. Yep. So I own, my house is at 4105 and I own the lot next to it as well. So I'm here as a resident of this beautiful town. I moved here with my family less than a year ago to buy my dream home and just the perfect place to just raise my 2 young sons. I was really captured by the rural feeling, the safety, the low traffic, and the overall tranquility. On the first paragraph of the welcome statement on the Town of the Summerfield website, it says, Summerfield is an area of rolling, open, and wooded countryside, residential neighborhoods, and limited commercial development. Remember those words when you make this forever binding decision. I drive 30 minutes every day to go to my workplace at the Kernersville VA, where I'm a physician. I could have moved anywhere closer, but I chose this town for what it represents. There isn't a day that goes by that I just don't admire that beautiful heavenly countryside feel. Don't take that beautiful rural feeling away. There are 10 kids in our neighborhood. They ride their bikes freely on the street. We just don't have that stress of really high traffic. I really worry about the safety of our kids if you allow a commercial building to be built here and how it's going to impact that dynamic. The Summerfield Elementary School bus, where my son goes, it just stops right there on Strader Road. And, he has to cross that street. And right now, there's hardly ever a car in sight. When he does that, that's now. That feeling of safety will be gone if you allow this commercial property to be built with an increased traffic on this already narrow road. As you may know, as everybody spoke about already, there's a water issue on our street. Every time it rains, there's a line down the side of my home with a large flow of water into our little creek. This is a problem we're still trying to figure out. And how can we allow commercial property to be built in a residential area and further contribute to this problem? Because it absolutely will. The idea of a commercial building being built right in a residential area is just unfathomable to me. Those 2 words just don't go together, residential, commercial. There are so many places on 220 for this to be built, and this just isn't one of them. To be honest, I would never have invested my hard-working savings into buying a home on Strader Court if I had seen a big commercial building right there at the entrance of my street. It takes away the entire purpose of moving to this specific area. This is your decision. This is your town. This is the future of all of our families. It's only a downward spiral from here if you allow this. As we say in medicine, the risk here greatly outweighs the benefits. This is a no-brainer. Just say no. Stand up for your town. Remember those words on your website. They define this town. I urge you to reject this plan.
Thank you. Daniel Deal.
Good evening. So Sheila is my wife. She'll explain where we live. So, like she said, we moved here in pursuit of a place quite peaceful to raise our kids. That all captivated us, and it was like very limited traffic in the road that we live, and we felt that this was the place, Now having kids, it was very important to us to take that in mind, and we felt that this is going to change with that development. More traffic in the road, currently, the state road is very limited in traffic capacity, but there is no sideways in the sidewalk, and in my opinion, that road was not built for that traffic. type of traffic. It was built for being for local traffic. The crossing from the 150 and Strader Road is a very dangerous navigation, and putting a big commercial building there just going to make it worse. The other concern is about water that everybody spoke, but we are living in a lowest point, so all the water runs down the road, goes back to our backyard to go to the creek, and that only gonna get worse with all the cement being put, all the vegetation being taken away. And also like the soil situation, my neighbor spoke, he had problems with septic. We are facing problems. We are in a second field being installed and still facing problems. So simply the soil doesn't percolate. It's a continuous problem. And last that I want to mention is the property value of being impacted with this change. Converting the desirable residential area into a commercial business zone will impact area prices. As it's a zone, we'll lose the main appeal that we have. So I don't believe this is a change for the best interest of Summerfield residents, but merely an investment for the developers involved. There is no real value for the community to add commercial business in that corner. There are so many other areas, as mentioned, to 20, that is open, and it will be more desired for a business to be seen and to be succeeded. So please maintain the core values of the city and the small town feeling by refusing the rezoning.
Thank you, sir. Garland Graham.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Garland Graham. I live at 3900 Park Ridge Road. Let me show you because it's not obvious. You can scoot it up a little bit. We're down here. Okay. My husband Gary and I moved into the old historic home at 1219 Highway 150 in 2003 as newlyweds, and lived in this 100-year-old home that my neighbor now lives in when the property was all Sunburst Farm. Many of you probably, if you grew up in Summerfield, you remember Sunburst Farm. Everybody in Summerfield learned to ride at Sunburst Farm. This is a historic piece of Summerfield. It is the best of Summerfield. It's rural, it's beautiful, it's what we love about Summerfield right here where we're talking about. When we lived in our old house and the farm was going to be sold by the owners, and the brothers who, many of you probably knew, Sue Stout, Maynard, Belanger. She had lots of last names. She was a legend. Her boys, it was so important to them that this area not be developed in an unreasonable way that they worked with us to let us buy the farm over 20 years and 5 parcels. We leveraged everything we had to buy all the property around us because we love this farm and we love this part of Summerfield, and we are so passionate about keeping it as rural as possible. I hate that that corner is mistakenly zoned commercial. It's never been commercial. Not in anybody's lifetime in this room has there been a commercial use on that corner. It's a mistake. I wish we could fix it. The owner could fix it, or the owner could sell it to somebody who would agree to fix it. But I can't fix it, and you can't fix it, and I get that. I do think that there are potentially good, acceptable commercial uses of that 1 acre. I think about this blue building at the end of Centerfield Road that I think is up for lease right now, but it's commercial. It sits right in front of the police substation. It's lovely. It could fit in on that corner. I think about the Omega Creations Cabinetry building that's right across the street from the old Southern States, next door to Dr. Jernigan's Animal Hospital at Lake Brant. That's a beautiful building and would fit in on our corner. Of course, we would all rather it be residential, as everything else around it is, but I think that there are some pretty uses. And I hope that whoever ends up developing that 1 acre parcel that is mistakenly zoned commercial will do the right thing. When we bought the 50 acres that we own across the street, we had every residential developer in Guilford County in their white pickup trucks came down our driveway and offered to pay us way more money than we'd ever seen if they could put 49 homes on my 50 acres or 39 or however many would fit. And you know what? We had the right to do it, but having the right to do it doesn't make it the right thing. And so the owners of the 1 acre on the corner, I hear them that they have the right to do all kinds of things. I feel very threatened by some of the slides that were shown tonight about what could go there, and I hope that everybody saw through that. I hope that having the right to do it won't be what guides this, and that if it has to be developed commercially, they can do the right thing. But expanding it to 3 acres is not going to help anybody in this side of the room. So I beg that you deny this rezoning request and keep this gorgeous piece of Summerfield gorgeous. Thank you.
Gary Granger.
Thank you, Mayor. Daniel, I'll try to be as elegant as my wife and your wife, so do my best. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Gary Graham Jr. I live at 3900 Park Ridge Road. I'm fortunate enough to be born and raised in Summerfield. I grew up on Hillsdale Lake. I have never seen a commercial property on that corner. Not in my life. I'm getting ready to turn 50. So I don't know how long this property has been zoned commercial, but I would reach out and say it's probably a mistake. And I would hate to see our community make the same mistake again. This is a rural community. It's a beautiful community. And I think it's all of our responsibility to keep it that way. I don't think anybody here in this room appreciates idle threats. I think it's time for our community to stand up to idle threats from developers. Residential community, it's not a commercial area. The water that drains from this area drains down this creek. There's about 5 streams on this creek. That pond's shared by me and many of my neighbors right here, and that water flows into Hillsdale Lake. I know that the development group mentioned that they had planned for 1 inch of rain. We got 4 inches of rain the week that we set before I believe it was the zoning board. 4 inches of rain in 1 week. So I don't think we're ready to manage that rain. I'd like to ask that we keep it zoned the way it is, which I think is a mistake. And I really hope that y'all will support most of the community here. Is it possible to pull up what the developers are proposing for the 1 acre again?
Are you talking about the uses?
Yes, I would refer to them as threats. Were there pictures?
No pictures. There were pictures. Would you talk a little more about that? Why you think there's threats?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think this is a threat. This is saying, this is what happens if you don't side with me. And I think that's inappropriate from anybody in the community. I like to use Mr. Isaacson's words, don't let the camel under the tent. If you take that step, you're doing that. I don't think that's what this community wants. I appreciate your time very much, and I appreciate your time listening to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Melanie Rice Peters.
Hi, I'm Melanie, and I live right across from this, so. This is me. I live right next to it. Hopefully I can keep this to 3 minutes. I'll try not to repeat too many things.
Can you start with your name and your address?
Melanie Rice Peters is my name. I'm 1200 NC Highway 150 West, Summerfield, North Carolina.
Thank you.
I just think it's not a practical place, like a lot of people have already said. The fact that there's already water issues will mean a responsibility to bear for at least those who would have the potential business, and the septic problems that it would cause neighbors. And it's also the juncture itself, living there, I can see that it's not a good place for a business that's not tiny. I mean, very tiny. Certainly not something that would take both lots of land. People run, walk, I run, my husband runs on that road all the time. My mailbox has been smashed multiple times. I mean, it's just not a good place to have a business. It's also not convenient, really. It's in the way of residents and out of the way for those who would want a business. Like, it's kind of hard to find. The places where you already have a business, like on 220 and 150 and 220 corner, you can see there's businesses there. Oh, maybe this is where I want to go, but that's kind of out of the way. It also has been zoned, as somebody said, for a long time. That probably doesn't bode well. Even if something were built there, there's a potential for it to remain an eyesore and not really bring any income to the community. Replacing grass and trees with asphalt would create runoff, which has environmental effects, not only for the immediate surroundings, but potentially also for the Mere Sport, which is just barely past the circle that is in there. And it has wetland, which houses birds from the tropics, and migratory amphibians, if anybody cares about that. So that could have a great effect. It also would create light pollution, which would not just impact wildlife, but would also impact very greatly a lot of those of us who live there. To have something the size the developer and his team are suggesting would be extremely invasive. It's about 25 feet from my gravel driveway, which is very short and where I have my dogs roam. It's a looming threat in a way, like just even what they proposed. They said this would be a guarantee of something rather than a risk of something. Either way, it's a terrible threat. Not like even if it's not intended to be one. It makes us want to move away, to run away. But we don't have the income to do that. We can't run away. And no one should have to run away to keep peace when they came here to live in peace. And if I may speak directly to the developer and his team for a moment, it's not meant as a jab at any of you, but rather just a statement of fact. That if you do, you have stated that you care about what goes here and the impact it has in the community. If you do, you would not flip it and sell it to someone who cares less. You just wouldn't do that. So I ask the council, please do not let this be rezoned. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Gene Barham.
That's close.
Thank you.
Gene Barham. I live at 7414 Strader Road. The proposed rezone property backs up right to my driveway. So I'm not a plumber like my neighbor, and I don't work in sewer, but I've been in construction long enough that I know that stuff runs downhill. So I've got an idea of what's going to happen right there with that property. I know we have a lot of traffic problems, we do have water problems, and even though I'm close to the top of the hill, I don't have the water problems that my neighbors have, but it's my problem though because they're my neighbors. And I got a feeling that it's only going to get worse. And even if somebody has the money, somebody shouldn't have to be paying so much to put in 2 or 3 different septic systems at their house. Now, there's no guarantee that whatever they put there is going to drain like it's supposed to. I'm just saying the rule is it goes downhill. And I've got 2 grown sons that I love very much, but more than that, I got 3 grandkids, just 3. And we do play on my driveway quite a bit, and I don't like the idea of so much more traffic being there. And I've got an idea that if something does go there, they're going to miss that driveway for that building, and they're going to turn into mine. And there's going to be a lot of people turning in and out. I don't like the idea of seeing so many cars, seeing the lights. That's just my feeling. I've only lived in Summerfield for 65 years. I lived in Greensboro for 1.5 years while I built my house in Summerfield. If I wanted to live in Greensboro, I would. Now I'm going to say something that probably shouldn't say, but I'm going to say it anyhow. I didn't vote for all of y'all. Some of you I did. I still trust you to do what is right. Thank you, and I would vote no for this.
Thank you, Mr. Burrow. Matthew Lambeth.
Yeah, to leave.
Oh, he left? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Jessica Sterling.
Good evening. I am Jessica Sterling. I live at 7422 Strader Road. That is this one here, and my kids meet the bus at this corner. Along with Matthew and more next year. I'm here to express my concern with this proposed plan, and my concerns are really threefold. The inconsistency with the UDO, safety, and environmental quality. So with the UDO, the proposed plan as outlined is inconsistent with the UDO. It is business development of this nature should be restricted to junctions of major thoroughfares and hubs at 220, such as 220 and Lake Brandt, and not creating a new one here on a country road and a country highway. It's also contrary to a dark skies concept where this corner of the surrounding areas are dark zones, which is favorable to the wildlife and residents. Regarding the size, one of the purposes stated in the UDO was about this protecting the high quality aesthetic standards for the development. This is too big for the surrounding area and doesn't meet those standards. It might fit on the site as proposed, but it'd be twin large white cement buildings on a country highway. It doesn't fit the road or the residents' needs. All of the residents are single family homes or farms, and they're speaking here today in opposition to this. On the safety issue, those two large buildings, as people have mentioned, are going to create a bevy of activity at all hours, possibly at night, where a stop sign joins this country highway and country road. I'm concerned about the possibility of an all hours emergency medical facility with not only the increase in traffic, but also the speed of that traffic as they're rushing to get there down these small roads. Strader Road doesn't even have lines painted. You have to move over when you're passing another car. We're not complaining about the road, but that is the infrastructure that is there. And the developer in this plan have spoken at no time about the infrastructure needs in that area to surround it. So at one point, their website included a plan for development of a one building of professional services on that 1 acre corner lot. So they have an idea on how to make that work without tripling the size of it, which is highly inappropriate for that space. On environmental quality, you've heard from several of my neighbors about the impact of this project regarding water control and septic. And we'll lean into their comments there, but they're not incorporating the feedback from the surrounding neighbors on the long-standing issues and their long-standing experience with the water and septic in this location. The residents of Summerfield didn't move here to live next door to their doctor's office or their beauty salon. They came here for specific quality of life, including space and privacy and the quiet that you can only find in the countryside. So for the residents, this outweighs the inconvenience of driving a few minutes for services. It is 4 minutes to Food Lion and it is 5 minutes to Lake Brandt Road. We made that decision a long time ago and we want to preserve it. So we moved into a house that was set back from the road, and we all want to keep that and keep the intrusion away from our homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Earl. Gail Dunham.
Gail Dunn, 5805 Snow Hill Drive. I do not live in this area, but I'm very concerned about it. And I'm aware of some things about development that have really, I think, impacted this in a very negative way. This is the first time in over the 20 years we've lived here where I've seen a delay, where the developer asked for a delay till March. And this was put on the calendar. This was definitely not fair to the people that are living there. You don't know if it's going to be on the agenda or not. You know that there's a request to delay it till March. Many people may have wanted to had public hearing tonight. They might have wanted to use their public voice, but they weren't really sure whether it was going to be held tonight or not, and we all lead busy lives. But I've never seen that in over 20 years where you said, well, maybe it'll be delayed, and it wasn't, it was held. I totally agree with everything they're saying. But some of these things could have been avoided. As you know, Lynn, I've disagreed with you. You put forth the UDO with no public hearing and massive increases in density. Part of the UDO, we had no public hearing, so none of these issues could be discussed. There is no continuity of zoning within this UDO. After one of the hearings, I went up to two people who were in the planning board. I said, you just approved a gas station next to a single family home. And they laughed. They thought it was funny. And I'll never forget that. But there's no continuity of zone. And it isn't necessarily a developer's fault. If he has a 1 acre on a corner and he can put a gas station there, it's legal now in the UDO. You're talking about tinkering a little bit more with the UDO. We don't know. Now, the big thing is you really want to change the comp plan. The comprehensive master plan is the only plan where we had over 100 people there. It was terrific. There was definitely citizen participation. The reason that you can deny this, the language to deny this, is because of the comprehensive master plan. And at the retreat, I bet you said 100 times, comp plan's obsolete, the comp plan's obsolete. I don't think the comp plan is obsolete, and tonight I think proves that right. I would ask you to delay 13A. Do not discuss this tonight. There's never been any public. We don't know what you're doing, but what I have heard at your meetings is, this is to bring commercial water up 150 and fire hydrants and have heavy density. So, and none of this has been made public. You started with where now you have listening meetings. That means you'll allow the public to listen to you, like the land use plan. Oh, well, we could go in one meeting, we could listen to you, but you never listen to us. Tonight, you have to listen to the people, and the developer has rights too. You should have delayed this, and we should have had some time to try and work through this. But please, don't go ahead with 13A. You deny them, and then you're going to just take that away from them for the future.
Your time is up. Don Wendelken.
I'll be real brief. Don Wendelken, 3406 Windswept Drive. I think, the decision that you all have to make this evening is tough. But I think there's already 1 acre there, and it's zoned commercial. If I were a developer, I would look at that 1 acre after tonight's hearing. I would withdraw my application, come back with a new plan, using that 1 acre that's already zoned, and then whatever you build, look at the other 2 acres around you there, and have that mesh with what you're thinking about, as long as it really comes in with the town, what the townspeople would really appreciate. A need, but we already know there's a commercial zoning there, so that can be done. But what I'm saying is, maybe they can talk to the residents. Here's what we're looking at. Maybe we won't build what they're putting up there. It would look better. I don't know, but I'm just throwing this out there as a thought. They could withdraw their application and maybe come back with a different idea, is all I'm trying to say. It's already zoned commercial. Use that 1 acre wisely and let the people be more involved. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
He's got a minute 40 left. I just want to ask, can he withdraw that application? I mean, how would that work?
I can check the mechanism for that.
Just curious.
Ms. Hester.
Hi, my name is Christina Hester. I live at 4101 Schrader Court, and my husband Ernest and I spoke earlier. I echo the same sentiments as all of my fellow neighbors, my community here surrounding. As my husband spoke before, we moved from, he was in Chicago previously, I was in Atlanta. We moved to Dallas. We lived there for 3 or 4 years, actually 5. We've lived in big cities. We know how big city life is. Greensboro is a small city compared to those cities. We specifically chose to live and move to Summerfield, despite having many other options as to where we could reside based on our occupation. Both my husband and I are emergency medicine physicians, and we actually travel for work. So we do work locally, somewhat in Kernersville, but we also travel to Virginia and Indiana and Illinois and work at different sites elsewhere. So we could have located ourselves anywhere. We chose here. We have 4 kids, 5 and under, and they are our biggest priority. They spend a lot of time looking at the Grams farm and seeing the horses and the cows, and every time we turn off of Streeter Road onto 150, we say hi to the cows, we say hi to the horses. We like our neighborhood, we like our surroundings, and we are very happy with that. We have already dealt and been dealing with issues, as stated previously, regarding traffic and regarding water, which are concerns for our family already. That would only be compounded by having this development progress. We do understand that this is already zoned commercial for this 1 acre. It does not make sense for us as a community to triple down on the current bad policy that is there and expand and make this a further bigger issue. If this is a medical building and offices, they could build a medical office on that 1 acre. They would just have to decrease the size of it. And the issue is that with that, it would not be as financially lucrative to do so. So if they wanted to choose to do that, they could. They just understand that the financial sense of doing it on that smaller portion isn't as financially feasible, or wouldn't result in further profits. This is something that is important to all of our members of our community, and as a town council, I would ask that you listen to the residents of the community and to their wishes. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hester. Those are all the assignments we have for public comments. Have I missed anyone who filled out a form? Seeing none, I will say we'll close the time of public hearing and give this matter over to the council for discussion or questions as they see fit.
Mr. Isaacson, as you've heard, Summerfield is fiercely protective. We're fiercely protective of our rural feel here. I myself am not fond of any business on that corner, and it is an odd thing that it is business on that corner. If you are denied the rezoning request, do you intend to make that corner into something else? Do you intend to develop it?
So is that an answer for Mark, or? So I'm Will Stevens. Tim is my partner.
I'm sorry. I know Mr. Isaacson represents you, but yeah.
Okay, so I guess you're addressing me tonight. So, well, first of all, thank you all for coming out tonight. You have a very tough decision in front of you. I mailed out 11 letters, sent an email to Lynn, and asked you to send some information because we really wanted to talk to the community. We are completely open as to, we put buildings that we have built before, but we were open to building something that looks like Hillsdale Village, maybe something that fits more into the community. We have zero response. Nobody wants to talk to us. We understand. I mean, we would like to build something nice. We will build something, is the question to your answer. We will build something on that 1 acre. So, and we don't have any idea what we're going to build. We're going to have to just go back and reboot and say, okay, what's going to look good.
And what the market will do.
And what the market
We
will
can't
do.
just necessarily will it and say we're going to build.
And I apologize that it came across as threatening. I mean, these are things that can go there. We're going to put what is good for the community, what's good for us, and maybe that we've got to balance it all. But we really are disappointed that we got 0 people, except Garland did reply and said, we have to agree to disagree, but she wouldn't meet. So, I mean, we reached out, and you asked about, or somebody asked about having a meeting. We would love that. We'd love to redesign this. We'd love to make this thing fit into the overall community. But, you know, it is what it is at this point. Yes, something will go there. And we'll do the best to make it fit. We're not going to be, you know, buttholes just because we try to put a Wendy's, because that's the only thing that is there. But we're going to see what.
I understand what you're saying. You intend to develop it one way or the other.
It will be developed. It's not that we intend. It will be developed.
There's been a lot of discussion about there's lots of other places to do stuff. I think everybody's well aware that this is a pretty restrictive community to build in. So our site has a little bit more opportunity than some other sites. So it isn't as simple as just going somewhere else, because there aren't a lot of other places.
And then it's going to have a protected moat around it too, because you can put it there because your UDA allows it, but no place else it does. So when it goes there, it's going to be
Take a shot.
Anybody else have questions?
Can Brad answer your question from earlier?
Yeah, go ahead.
So let's see. So in order to request a withdrawal, they have to make a verbal request here at this meeting. And the only penalty to them is that, well, they have to do it before your decision is made. And the only penalty to them is that we can't submit it for a new rezoning within 90 days following the withdrawal. So they do have the opportunity to withdraw before.
And if it's heard and voted on, it's a year before they can resubmit, correct?
Unless it's substantially different than what they proposed, then they don't have to wait to get substantial difference.
Other discussion? Any other discussion, or would someone like to make a motion?
Then you want to?
Okay, I'll make a motion. Okay, I would like to make a motion that we move case RZ 05-2023 to be denied. The reasons for its denial is I agree with the planning board and its reasons. I also think that it is not appropriate or not appropriate commercial development. It does not provide community character preservation. It's not appropriate in the housing and residential development that surrounds it. I don't think that it maintains or promotes the public health, safety, and general welfare because of reasons stated earlier, that being traffic, just the road situation as it is, water runoff, the concern for wildlife, and it's not in harmony with the area in which it is located.
They're good. So we have a motion, we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Did you say it wasn't consistent with the comprehensive plan?
Yes.
Is that part of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor of Mr. Vaney's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? And it is unanimous. One other housekeeping issue, folks, if you can give us just a minute. If you're going to leave, you can leave quietly. We're going to take a recess here in about 3 minutes. If you could wait, I would really appreciate it. Mr. Goebel, I think I missed you earlier, so I'm going to give you an opportunity to come and have your 3 minutes. Yes, sir. Hey, please hold it down, folks.
Mr. Mayor and Council folks, my name is Bill Goebel, 1402 West Ridge Road, Greensboro, North Carolina. I just want to give you an update on
Please, just hold on a second. Everyone, please hold it down. Go ahead, sir.
I'm running for School Board District 3, unaffiliated, and I thought I'd give you an update. In order to do that unaffiliated, they make it really hard. You have to get 4% of the total registered voters, which is about 60,000. So I have to get 2,136 signatures. I've been working on it since September. I've got over 2,000. I will get the numbers and I'll be on the ballot this fall. And I've knocked on about 1,500 doors and talked to a ton of people, and I love it. It's been great. So what am I going to do when I get on the school board? I took a look at the school system from a business standpoint and said, why are our buildings falling down? Why are we underpaying our people? As a business person, you look at that and you say, well, we don't have enough money. So we get a lot of money. Where's the shortfall? We've been underfunded by the state for decades. We are in the bottom third of the United States ranking for funding our schools. Now, if you're going to bring business in here, and I run a business, a couple businesses, I'm going to want to know a couple things. What are the schools like? Because we're going to have people want to come in, the first thing they say if they have kids, where's the good schools? I want to live there, right? We all went through that. The second thing is, if I'm an employer, I want educated people that show up for work, that know how to logically think, problem solve, can read, write, and do arithmetic. Our schools aren't delivering that. We got to fix that. So that's going to be my platform. I'm going to go to Raleigh and get Mr. Bloust and other people to start giving us some of our money back to run our schools. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute bio break, and so I'm just going to call it, so I have to, and so we'll reconvene at 9:10. Thank all of you for being here. We could, let's reconvene the meeting. Anybody see Mr. Hamilton? So we'll move on now to item number 12, the zoning for the annex properties. I guess for this, Mr. Rentz will have a staff presentation and then go to the public hearing. Okay.
And just to kick that off, so to remind everybody, this involves 11 tracks on the east side of town, and that has already been annexed into the town limits, and that was effective January 1st. And the town has a 60-day window to zone those properties from their Guilford County Incorporated county zonings. So that's our starting point this evening, and Brad will take over.
Yeah, so similar to the last format, your packet, again, page numbers are at the top. So we'll start with page 2. This is rezoning case RZ01-2024. 11 unincorporated Guilford County parcels that were originally RS40, proposing to rezone them to the Summerfield RS district. Under item B there, you'll see the 11 locations. Ooh, get Mike.
Wanted you louder.
I won't read all this for you, but those are the 11 parcels. 3 roads, Hedgerow Court, Lunsford Road, and Lunsford Court, as well as the partial numbers there in parentheses. The map there, you'll see all of the parcels there in yellow. Yep, there we go. And we have received a few more annexation petitions for this area, but we can cover that another time. Moving on to page 3.
A few more in this development?
Yes. I believe 2, maybe 3. So surrounding zoning and land uses, I didn't do a table for this just because it's complicated with 11 parcels to show you exactly what land uses are around each parcel. But generally, the zoning varies from agricultural AG to residential RS, or the Guilford County RS40. Applicants and owners, the applicant for this is the town of Summerfield on behalf of the annexed parcels and the owners. The tract size, there are 15.19 acres in total between the 11 parcels. This is a note, they will not be combined as a building segment, so they will remain separated. So the request of the town is to assign Summerfield zoning to the 11 parcels that were annexed into Summerfield's municipal limits on January 1st of this year. So under item C, discussion, the town made the appropriate application in a timely fashion. This is a general purpose rezoning, so general purpose RS. The informational meeting was held on January 16th for the town interested citizens to meet and informally discuss the proposed rezoning. A few residents attended that meeting. I don't know if any of them were here tonight.
Yeah.
There's one, here we go. Which led to a detailed discussion about rezoning and annexation generally. And I pulled out a section here in item C, just from Guilford County ZDO. They describe the RS40 district as a district that is primarily intended to accommodate single-family residential detached dwellings on lots and areas without access to public water and sewer services. The minimum lot size of this district is 40,000 square feet, which is very consistent with the RS district that we're proposing, which you'll see that characteristics there of the RS district below. So moving on to page 4. Planning Department finds that this is in congruence with comprehensive plan given its community character preservation. The requested RS zoning is consistent with the surrounding character of the area and allows for the continued use of the land as previously zoned and incorporated Guilford County. So then item E, our department's recommendation, recognizing the similarities between Guilford County's RS40 zoning and Summerfield's RS districts. The planning department recommends the council approve this rezoning request. The planning department finds the proposed zoning is in keeping with the comprehensive plan, again given its community character preservation, and will be in harmony with the areas surrounding these parcels. So let's move forward through the application again. Page 6 is the first page of the application that the town filled out. You'll see there, since this is a general purpose, we've got a few more information pieces to fill out on page 8. Page 9 is part of the application as well. I wanted to show you, this is from Guilford County's GIS website. The 11 parcels here are highlighted in red. The county's zoning is yellow for RS40. The county's zoning for AG is green surrounding this. And Summerfield zoning is not shown in this, but we're the red salmon color that you see around this. And again, our zoning is RS or AG around these parcels. Page 10 and 11 will be the notice that is posted on all 11 parcels and was also mailed a quarter mile away from each of the 11 parcels. Page 12 is the rezoning plan consistency statement from the planning board, which they recommended for approval unanimously, which I mentioned earlier. So 5-0. And Mr. Mayor, that's the end of my staff report.
Thanks, sir. I guess we'll move on to the public hearing now, or we're going to hear from applicants, or?
Well, since we are applicants, I think just go right into any public
They can
comments.
sign up, okay. All right, so we'll call our public hearing to order. And if you'd like to speak to this subject, if you have an opportunity, please fill out a public comments piece of paper over there. You can just hand it here and they'll pass it around. As of right now, we only have one. Please come up and state your name and your address. You have 3 minutes to speak to the topic at hand. The one I have right now is Gail Dunham.
No comment.
Okay. Any other citizens? Mr. Wendelson?
Yes. I just want my name on it. Don Wendelson, 3406 Winslet Drive. This is just a reminder. I know that you got to do this, but I would just make a suggestion to Brad that when this is done, that you just approve something to the neighbors that who is actually rezoned in Summerfield and who is in the Summerfield town limits. So if something property-wise is going on, they know who to contact if it doesn't meet the guidelines of Summerfield, or if they're in Guilford County, it'll create some confusion. So I think it might be a good idea to just let the property owners remind them that these are the properties that are part of Summerfield. I'm just, however you want to do it. These are Guilford County. If they're building a skyscraper over there, we have no control. That's a county issue. So it's just good to give them some idea of what's going on. That's really all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Anyone else like to make a public comment on this subject? Okay, hearing none, then we'll present this matter to the council for further discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve case RZ01-2024 for the comprehensive plan section, consistency with the plan, community character preservation, appropriate housing, residential development, attractive community appearance, and then for the public interest portion, all 4 points: maintains and promotes public health, safety, and general welfare, complies with all regulations and standards, does not substantially hurt adjoining or abutting property, and is in harmony with the area around it.
Have a motion. Do we have a second?
Mr. Mayor, I second that.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, and it is unanimous.
Welcome to Summerfield.
Thank you, council.
Again.
Thank you.
Item number 13, business from the manager. Mr. Whitaker.
So the first item, water phase 1 proposal from our engineers, Freeze and Nichols, just to set this up. Of course, back in October, council had decided to move forward after the preliminary engineering report was presented by the engineers. There was a proposal at the time. We then later talked about this in January. I gave you the minutes there in the agenda packets, and in essence, what came out of that was there was a revision to the proposal that involved a smaller tank size and smaller lines going from 12-inch transmission lines to 8-inch transmission lines. There was a motion last month to approve and move forward with the proposal from Freeze and Nichols for that, we'll call it a smaller line system. And the price of that was $575,600. That proposal, or that motion rather, to approve the proposal did fail. So if you read the minutes, the discussion at the end of that conversation was, we need to talk about this more, council needs to talk about this more, so it's back on the agenda if you were conversation tonight.
So, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I would like to talk on that subject because I really appreciate the opportunity for the council last time giving the new council time to get brought up to speed. Okay? So this is more of a my summary back to the town council from a lot of reading over the past 30 days. And also to the citizens. So I kind of bullet pointed it out to make sure I let everyone know. I've had a lot of time reviewing a lot of water studies that this town has had. Reviewing our contracts, our town plans, ordinances. I've talked with several people in our community. And this includes the comp plan, the CIP, the UDO, and indeed this town has talked about water system for many years. We've entered into an agreement to receive government money to construct a water system. It would be foolish of us not to capitalize on that funding opportunity. This proposed system is for fire suppression only. There is not enough funds nor citizen desire to convert into potable drinking water. This system does have the capability to convert at a smaller scale with a smaller tank and smaller lines to potable drinking water. This would be an initial step for our citizens to have fire hydrants and possible future drinking water. Although there is no significant need for public drinking water, we are fortunate enough to not have groundwater contamination in our area, unlike some of the other areas that surround us. The amount to add and or change the system would be expensive and likely cost prohibitive without significant funds. The location of the water tower it is strategically placed in our town, to my opinion.
I'm sorry, what was the last thing you said?
The location does seem to be strategically placed in our town.
This will strategically placed for what?
The water tower.
No, I mean, okay, sorry. You mean in line with the study?
Correct.
Okay.
And with the purchase next to the town hall. This will be an added ongoing cost to our town to maintain what is specifically a Guilford County funded fire district within the Summerfield Fire Department resides. In all the research that I have done over the past 30 days, I have found some contradiction to what the local fire leadership has expressed regarding the availability of water to serve our community. There have been some that was given earlier in public comment. Another, for example, just last month, the fire district received praise from a well-known Facebook page of a new rating after inspection, giving high remarks to proper staffing levels, sufficient equipment maintenance, and the availability of water source. This was done by the fire marshal. A smaller everything system gives greater length of line for fire protection while mitigating risk to existing wells and overdevelopment. We need to be aware and be careful of pumping in excess of equilibrium conditions will eventually dewater the groundwater system as water is removed from long-term storage in excess of recharge rates. The determination of recharge area begins with an estimate of projected demand based on the planned water usage. We must know the amount of groundwater that can be withdrawn without exceeding the recharge and or drafting long water storage.
So Heath, if we vote on this tonight and say yes, what you just now said, that hasn't been determined yet? Is that what you're saying?
There's quite a bit of studies that already reflect some of this, but it's all estimates. We really don't know, and even the studies that's out there, they really don't know what's underneath the earth.
Scott, are they going to do something before they extract the water for the tanks?
If you're asking about another groundwater study?
To protect the aquifers that, we're going to take all this water and put it in these tanks, do we know it's going to not mess up the wells?
It doesn't include another geological study in any way. It's under the assumption based on other studies that exist. For instance, the last thing that was done that I'm aware of was the Golder study. It's part of the Timmons study that ended up in 2018. So that was
you're saying
6 years ago.
You're saying that once we vote tonight, they will go forward with everything, and as far as we know, the extraction's fine.
I'm saying per their proposal, it doesn't include additional groundwater studies. So they're operating under the assumption that the aquifer is sufficient to fill the elevated tank and provide the water supply initially, although we had talked about that being an expandable system in the future, so with the possibility of connecting to an external source, which would be most likely instead of groundwater, it would be sourced otherwise.
In Task 3 Final Design, Councilman Hamilton, it does see Task 3 Final Design. It does talk about geotechnical investigation, and in 4D it talks about groundwater conditions. I think it's important for us to make sure that is explicit, and our next decision for geohydraulic testing. And there are, from the studies I have read, ways to determine to make sure that not just the well that we're be using, but the surrounding wells are protected.
So what are you proposing for tonight?
Well, I do have a motion that does include moving forward with water with some protection. I'm happy to make that motion.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I make the motion to proceed with the water tower lines at the 100 to 130 gallon size with 8-inch lines with the intentions of getting close, if not preferred, to cross Route 220, in conjunction with proceeding cautiously by having a well driller, including a hydrogeologist, to test the wells to provide well water capacity so not to negatively impact the surrounding citizens and aquifer. And I'm happy to repeat that. That was a lot.
Could you read that again?
I'm happy to repeat that if you need to.
Sarah, you good?
I think she needs it again.
Yeah.
You got it?
I need it again. We all need it
I'm
again.
gonna.
I make the motion to proceed with the water tower lines at the 100 to 130 gallon size with 8-inch lines with the intentions of getting close, if not preferred to, Route 220, in conjunction with proceeding cautiously by having a well driller, including a hydrogeologist, to test the well to provide well water capacity so not to negatively impact the surrounding citizens and aquifer.
Is that 100 to 130,000?
Yeah, that was the.
Because you said 100 to 130.
Yeah, so the initial presentation that they gave us back, I think it was in October, was for, one was for potable, which is in the 300,000, and then the other one was around the 100,
This is all
130.
for potable.
So yes, and Brian did say this can still very much be potable if need be at that size.
But my question is it to 100 to 130,000 gallon? Because you said 100 to 130 gallon.
Yeah. So I've talked
So it
to.
sounds like the answer is yes. 100 to
It is, the answer is yes, between 100 and 130,000 gallon tank.
Yeah. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
This says 200,000. You went from 300 to 200,000.
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second. Do we have further discussion?
Scott?
I have a question.
I'm sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
you go
go ahead. Is there any problems with what Heath just asked?
I was just going to suggest as part of the motion, I don't think I heard Freeze and Nichols and $575,600. That would be to proceed with that proposal as written. That was your intent, right?
It was. I thought it was already from last meeting, but yes.
Yeah, I think just for the record, your motion would need to include the amount and reference Freeze and Nichols. Is that fair, Mr. Attorney?
I think so.
So I'll motion to
You
or amend.
can say with Freeze and
Friendly
Nichols for
amendment.
the amount of, if you want to just add that to your motion.
Okay, we can.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would like to add that for Freeze and Nichols to 575K.
And just to make sure I understood, Heath, it sounded like you had something in there about a test towards the end, right?
Correct.
And does Scott, do I understand that means that, are you making like a separate motion that we have to test it before, we're saying yes if the test is okay?
I'm saying that they have done their own evaluation to make sure that the well is okay.
Okay.
Have they actually made sure that the surrounding area, the cone of depression that these other geologists are talking about, is not going to impact the surrounding areas? And I have not seen that. But what I have read is that it should be okay, but we're talking about 120, 130,000 gallons of water that we're going to be taking from this cone of depression of the surrounding area. So we need to make sure, and there are specific tests that they can do to make sure that we're not impacted.
So those tests are included though in this price, right, Scott?
They would be included
So
for that
if you
price.
look at task, I think it's task 3, final design, if you go to geotechnical investigation, I've got it on the screen here, it's page 4 in your packet. It specs the exact work there, scope of work. So they're going to subcontract to do some fairly basic kind of geotechnical exploration. They're doing those borings up to 50 feet, then another at 75, etc. And so what you end up with that is a geotechnical report that will be provided as part of the process. And so, you know, that is part of the process. Is that as significant as you may want? Well, that's for you to debate. This is the scope as recommended by the engineers. And just one clarification, it does say, and I think maybe the number on the tank came about because I think when we had that conversation with the engineer originally, maybe that was 100 to 130,000. And when they provided this updated proposal in your packet, if you look at the very first of it, what's paired with those smaller 8-inch transmission lines is a 200,000 gallon tank. It says, I've got it right there at the very top where it says project understanding.
Yeah, that does deviate from the initial October meeting, and it also deviates from the meeting that we had in your office.
Right, so when we were putting the package together, and the engineer called me because he had not, last month when we talked about this, he had not provided this revised, he'd given you the revised number, the 575,600, but he had not provided an updated scope. Well, when he sent the scope for the agenda packet, he said something along the lines, I don't remember the exact wording, but I think the gist was that that number did need to be 200,000 related more to the fire protection. I think more so the pressure or just supplying, I don't know, just supplying the flow that's needed by them. So that's what's in your packet, and that's what I was talking to you about, but I wasn't sure until I looked back at it and just saw it.
Yeah, I'm not editing my motion. I think it'd be wise if, we can confirm that, talk through that, but I'm not editing that.
Okay. So if I understood the motion right, it's in essence it's the proposal in the packet as presented, with the exception of you want that to be a 130,000 gallon tank instead of a 200,000 gallon tank. And if that passes, I'll be glad to go back to the engineer and get you more detail about that number.
Question. Does that, the geologist, the log boring, the direct drilling, all that, does that do what the test that you want? That
Great question. The way I read this, it's the boring for our town well, not necessarily the surrounding areas. So I think it's wise that we have this geologist, this hydrogeologist, to make sure that we're not doing any harm to the surrounding.
D is and I know I don't mean to put you on the spot. Do you know if that's going to mess up anything with the grant?
No, I wouldn't think it would.
And they're close to already giving us the 7K?
Yes, I told Heath today that we have received the final executed contract from Gilbert County, where they finally signed everything and sent it to us and said that they would be cutting us a check for kind of seed money to get started. They've already sent us that for Bandera, and now they're also going to send us some, just get started on the water.
How much is the check?
So,
How much are you going
So
to
what
receive
happens if-
initially?
If the government says it's got to be a 200,000 gallon tank, because we have to just come back and just confirm this one. Yeah, that's to make sure we still need it. You good with that, John?
So it's a secret?
I have another question. Was there any discussion to see if the fire department would assist in anything or future maintenance?
I have not talked to the fire chief or the fire department. I think you asked that question already back in maybe November, and the fire chief said that, if I recall, that he would have to plan for that in his next county budget, and it could potentially increase everyone's taxes. Now, don't quote me on those exact words, but that's just what I got as a
Fire district tax.
fire district. Yeah. So there.
And then when the chief was here last time, I said I would like for him to consider that without increasing our taxes.
And I believe the response was that would be a fire district board matter to consider.
County commissioners have to approve it too, by the way.
So how do we start asking those questions? Because there will be maintenance to this. There will be costs down the road.
Well, that keeps coming up, and they're certainly aware of that sentiment, that you would like to see that. I suggest if you really want a hard answer to that the town provides some kind of formal request to their board and or the county and see where that goes, because just continuing to talk about it is probably not going to affect any formal reaction out of them, because we have talked about that for a long time, and I think that gets to the bottom of it, is just to give them a formal request.
So when can we have a formal request written?
Well, in keeping with the desire for the finance committee to be involved with such matters, perhaps you would want to ask them to consider the ask, if you will, the wording of such a request.
Okay. Is there any type of documentation or anything to help support them with how they could anticipate what those costs might be so that they could come up with a plan? Is there?
Yes.
You said they're not just shooting in the dark.
Well, Teresa Nichols gave us a rough estimate in I think it was not the Timmons study, but the other one.
Okay.
The one that was revised in 2020, I think, 2016, 2020.
The Wooten study?
Yeah, the Wooten study. They also provided in option D, this size type tank with 6 hydrants. And it was, they gave a price of like $25,000 or something like that. And
that's right, I remember.
Brian Nichols gave us $45,000. I talked with
that 45 potable water.
No, 125 for total.
Oh, sorry.
45 to, if you go on that older study, was 25, which things have probably changed. But I did reach out to a local company who serves other surrounding communities, and he felt that 45 was on the high side. But he would be happy to give us a quote.
Okay. So, do we need to make a formal request then to the finance committee?
I'm in there.
Okay. And do we need to, like y'all have, you've got a Wooten study and all that, or would you like them to do their job that he has been talking to?
Yeah, can I send it to you? Sure.
I just want to help and enable them.
We meet Monday night.
Will the citizens be able to ask some questions at some point?
Not during this process, no. Not
I know
tonight.
you totally suppressed any public participation, and I think that's wrong. You
Thank
really
you.
have to pay
Thank you,
for
Ms.
this.
Dunham.
I've got some
This is
very
not-
valid
This
questions.
is not that time.
Well, you said that you're not going to have any public participation, no public questions.
Any other discussion?
And you're going to use the $2 million
Ms. Dunham.
town property?
Ms. Dunham, that's it. Any further discussion from the council?
I have none.
No, sir.
We'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It is unanimous.
The next item on the agenda, 13B, the interlocal agreement on tax collection. This is a recent amendment to our contract with Guilford County, who of course does our tax collection for property taxes. And I'll just let our finance officer explain the agreement and that slight increase.
All the local municipalities in Guilford County pay Guilford County to collect their taxes. I said last time it's the best deal going. This year we paid them $2,537, and every month they send me they ACH money into our account and keep up with all of it. That's a percentage of how much money they actually collect. So I can't tell you an exact amount, but I would not think that it would go up more than $100, more than that.
And in your opinion, this is still a good deal for us to do?
It's still the best deal going. I mean, they send me a report. It's right here if you want to look at it every month that says, like literally the report that I got for this month said that they collected 1 cent for back taxes in 2013. And I keep up with that all year as part of the audit, and at the end of the year, that's in your financial packet. That's how I know how much is collected for this year, how much was collected for prior years, like when people sell their houses and they owe back taxes. So that's how that's broken out in your financial packet, and they send me a report that says that, and all I do is enter it in the system. I mean, it is
I would not want to be the one that's collecting. They have an entire department that collects taxes and sends it out to the municipalities.
Well, Mayor Sessoms, with your permission, I'll make a motion.
Please.
I move to approve Guilford County contract number 9006143 and Summerfield contract CON-2024-001 entitled Amendment Extending Interlocal Agreement on Tax Collection.
A second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'm sorry, there's one more part to it. The agreement continues to add valorem tax listing and collection services through 6/30/29. Excuse me.
Have a motion to have second. Second. Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? And it's unanimous.
Thank you.
Item C.
I have nothing to report this evening.
Okay. Move on to item 14A, King and Company lobbyist contract. Mr. Hamilton, do you have this?
As everybody is aware, we went back and forth and negotiated the amounts. Mr. Hornick, you might have to help me. I'm not exactly sure how specific I need to make this motion.
You can make the motion to approve as presented in the agenda packet.
Then I move that we approve the King and Company lobbyist contract as presented in the agenda item.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yes. Mr. Hamilton, you said at one point you were still looking to see if there were any other additional possible lobbyists.
There are some things that we can discuss. Part of those are through some attorney-client privilege information that I've got. Even with that, Mr. King has, of course, modified this contract to 30 days' notice. He's been nothing but responsive. If the council decides to go with somebody else, we have the ability to do that. So I think having him in place at this point is a good thing.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Here now, we'll call a question. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Item B, board appointments, reappointments, board of adjustments. Mr. Vaney, is that you?
Yes, sir.
You and Mr. Doggett?
Yes, sir. Okay, I guess we'll do them separately. Is that okay with you, Mr. Doggett?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. James Brady's term is up, and he is eligible to have a 3-year extended term ending in, it says 2/27, but I thought we were changing those to July.
We have to stagger them.
We have to stagger.
Or they'd all expire at the same time.
Okay, I thought the year was staggered, but that,
I recall that we had a discussion about making all of the terms July 1st through
and
June
then the
30th.
years are staggered. So that was my only question in making my motion. So we're gonna say July of 27, or are we gonna say February of 27?
We said that for committees, but they can do it for boards.
Sure, exactly.
Yeah, we said that for committees, but we can do it for boards if you want
Do you see something in your notes that prevents that from
No,
happening?
when I read the consolidated committee ordinance, I read it as staggering terms. So I just did it as the month so they didn't all expire. But I see what you're saying. So make it as you see fit. And
you can do that.
Okay, so I'm gonna change it to 7/27, that we extend his 3-year term.
Have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
That was for James Brady.
Have a motion and a second. Further discussion?
Were there any other applicants?
This one is just, no.
I got that. So there's no applicants anyway that it was sitting in the wings?
No, sir.
Okay. And you and John are both good with Mr. Brady because I've never met him?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
Did we get a second?
Yes.
Yeah, John.
So,
I'm
yeah,
sorry, I
we-
didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Any other? We'll call a question. All those in favor, Mr. Brady, being renewed on the Board of Adjustments, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it is unanimous. Did you have another one?
Yes.
Mr. B?
Yes, sir. So Mr. Anthony Donato has been serving as an alternate, and I would like to make a motion that we appoint Anthony Donato to become a full-time member of the Board of Adjustment for a 3-year term expiring on 7/27, or in 7/27.
Have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, Mr. Donato, moving from an alternate onto the Board of Adjustments, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, and it's unanimous. Anything else on item D?
The only other thing that I was going to mention is that while we're cleaning up the language in some of the on the boards, if we're changing or making amendments to those, I would like to add the language on the policies and ordinances of the Board of Adjustment and the Planning Board to clarify.
Are you on
that-
14C now?
No,
Still
no.
on.
I'm on the Board of Adjustment, so the timing of it and how we were going to do that. I'm sorry, I just lost my notes here. That we go ahead and how we appoint a new member / vacant / new term, etc. And I would like to maybe do this in our March meeting, so we don't have to do that tonight, but I would like to put that on the table for us to be thinking about how we clean that language up at the same time.
How we appoint someone for the Board of Adjustments?
Yes, and the planning board.
So
There was
Is that not already on the policy?
well, so let's focus on where this part lives. So it lives in our documents, whether it's a policy, or ordinance, or a UDO. So what we were alluding to in the agenda sheet is in the UDO, there's a whole section about members, appointments, terms, alternates, and that was the thing that we tackled with council's direction last year, and so that required a formal text amendment to change that within the UDO, because that's where that stuff lives. That's where those regulations live. And what the point that I recently made to you is, the charge wasn't to do the Board of Adjustment the same way at the time, so there's a fair amount if you're wanting consistency or more consistency between Planning Board and Board of Adjustment, and given that it lives in the UDO, that's going to require a formal text amendment to change it there. So if it lived outside in the policy, outside of that UDO, it would be simpler for you to change. But these are regulations that are specified in the UDO, so it's going to require a formal amendment. So what we were suggesting most recently was, hey, if you want to make changes to that, instead of cherry picking a line or so, trying to make one thing match the planning board, really there's a whole section that needs to be addressed, and that's what I was proposing recently in an email to you was that if that's what you want, you let us tackle that. That's not something that can happen next month because, again, it's a UDO text amendment.
So I would think, Lynn, from what you're requesting is that we can try to look into it, absorb it a little bit, and then come back to Scott to see if we can more clearly articulate what we're trying to do before the March meeting.
That works.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
And Scott, I guess you're trying to hit on 14C as well? Because I think, and I showed this to our town attorney, this right here clearly goes right to the issue that we were talking about. This is a policy. All we have to do is fill in the policy number. On 14C, 14C, Bob had emailed everybody, I emailed everybody back after talking with multiple council members, and I think this actually was closely what we want. It's the planning board and board of adjustment appointments. Attorney Hornick made a modification that I think was a good one. I think he went ahead and filled in on the board of appointments of family members section, he filled in that it applied to the town council as well as the mayor, which is what we were.
And just so we're all looking at the same thing and on the same page here, so there were a couple of drafts that went back and forth in email, and so what I have up on the screen, I want to make sure that that is the one that I think you made it. You made a change, and then our attorney made another suggestion, and this is that last one. Is this what?
Yeah, the date would need to be changed, and the policy number would need to be added. But I think this cuts right to what everyone was talking about, the discussion, both January at the regular meeting and at the retreat. So this is what I'd like to put into place. I don't know how we put a policy number on there, but I move that we. I'm sorry?
Are we need to finish 14B.
Oh, okay.
Are you through with 14B?
I'm through. I just wanted to make that comment.
Any other input or discussion on 14B? Okay, 14C. Ms. Pam.
I'm not sure which policy number this would be, the next one, but I move that the policy named Planning Board and Board of Adjustments appointments that has the purpose and intent that the town desires to have the policies of the Planning Board in the section that follows, the board appointments of family members, an immediate family member of a town council member or the mayor may not serve as a voting member on the Planning Board or Board of Adjustments. An immediate family member is a spouse, parent, child, brother, or sister, including step, half, and in-law relationships. I move that this document be adopted as a policy by the town council.
I second it.
Mr. Horn? Is that okay? I have a motion. I have a second. Further discussion?
Yes, Mayor, I have some questions and some discussion.
And please recall that the date will need to be changed to reflect today's date.
Yeah, that's all kind of like clerical stuff that you just put on the next number and the next date.
Mr. Horn, you provided a conflict of interest policy revision.
Yes.
Thank you for doing that, by the way.
Well,
how does that compare to the one that Mr. Hamilton has and you have worked on?
I think the draft that I sent encompassed more. It included all of the various committees too. And I think John's is limited really to planning board members and board of adjustment members not being family relationship to town council members or the mayor. So John's is more narrowly focused.
But didn't we already have it for committees?
Yes.
We did. One of the reasons why I did that is because that model, that template that we use, referred to directors and boards of directors, which didn't
probably does need to be a change at some point.
Didn't really fit town council, mayor.
Mm-hmm.
So when I started looking at it, I started making those changes too. But I think it's something that's worth considering. You don't have to adopt it tonight, if at all. But I thought it was a broader, more inclusive, if you will, included more committees than just the planning board and the board of adjustment. Because I thought that's what the board wanted. I was not privy to all the discussion.
And it may very well be that what Mr. Hornick has started and nearly completed, we might actually at some point consider, maybe soon. But considering the narrow area that we were talking about last time, this accomplishes it. And I have not had a chance to thoroughly go through that for everything. So I know that this is the change we're contemplating, and I have not had a real chance to look at all of these. This accomplishes the exact thing that we were trying to do at the previous meeting and talked about at the January meeting.
And this would be a new 2024 policy.
Yeah, it makes it in line with the Consolidated Committee ordinance, and it's allowed through it's allowed through UDO, Article 2, as well as the bylaws. I mean, we're allowed to create our policies for how we do things. And that's one reason why I was saying, Lynn, we could push things back for your stuff and look at it a little bit for next month, because it sounds like you're trying to figure out how, the procedure for appointing. And eventually that procedure may have all of these things in it, combine them, and that replaces everything. It's a more comprehensive, I think you're talking about something more comprehensive. Mr. Hornick has done something comprehensive, probably a great job, so I'm not, we've thrown a lot of stuff at you recently, so I know we've been keeping you busy, so.
Does it make sense to combine what Mr. Hamilton has into this conflict of interest policy, or really we're talking about two different things?
I think they're like a Venn diagram. They overlap, but they're not exactly the same.
Okay.
So there's two sort of things. The way I look at it is that part of it is the board's ability to appoint who they want to appoint. The other part is how the board, when they can and can't vote, the rules that dictate how they proceed when they're on
Once
the board.
they're on the board.
So my policy is more or less a policy about how we choose people and when we need to replace them or who we can put on there. So that is more. And I think earlier someone mentioned Clark Doggett. We would have to replace Clark Doggett, but this also would affect the rest of us in that Mr. Sessoms can't have one of his children on a board. Janelle can't have her daughter on the planning board. It affects all of us. It just happens to be that Clark Doggett is there. And we don't want to have this again. So, we have people here who feel as though that we're being, pushing at Clark, but we're not. It just so happens to be that he is the family member that's on here that makes us realize this is probably not something that we should do.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
There is a council member, when this first came out, came to me and said, oh, the optics, we got it. What about your dad? So we do take it personal because of that. And my question to Mr. Hornick is, doesn't 160D already cover this? I mean, is this not, and are there other towns that have changed 160D? Or has everybody adopted 160D and that's what they're using to govern their body?
Well, 160D is a little bit different than this. What this has to do with qualifications to be appointed to planning board or the Board of Adjustment. What 160D says is that no family member of a board member can have a financial interest, basically, in the outcome of the application. So it has to do with the relationship between an applicant and a board member under 160D.
The other thing that I take issue with is that since it just happens to be my dad, that you made comment that he could sway my vote. He could sway my vote whether he's on the board or not. So I don't understand what the logic is with that. And
Logic is the same. I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought that was a question.
No, it's not. And with small towns, you're limited with volunteers. And so we're limiting our ability to who we have volunteering now. Just up until recently, we were looking for volunteers everywhere. And now with this policy coming in, we now have a new vacancy that we've got to fill. So I just think it's, whether it's my family or not, I just think you're hurting your chances with volunteers, and we're making a policy about something that it's already there. I mean, it's just another piece of paper, in my opinion.
I respectfully disagree.
Okay.
Further discussion?
Mr. Hamilton, I had a conversation with my wife, not to tell you the inner workings of my home, but if she was on some board or committee that was voting, and I was elected as town council, and I just kind of put that into our home. What would that look like? What would be the best thing to do? And if there was a policy out there that said you can't do that, then the people had voted me in. My wife would have to lose her position. Now, with that saying, does that mean that Clark Doggett can know? I mean, like if this gets passed, is it immediate or is it after his term is done? What does that look like?
It's a policy that's in place that says, as of president, no voting member can be an immediate family member of someone on town council, so or the mayor. So it takes effect now.
And that again is against what Lynn had said. Lynn said that it would not be retroactive, that he would not immediately come off, and you're making a policy. So why would it not feel targeted?
I think Lynn might have followed up with one of the people on the School of Government, and I think they told her too that it actually would.
I didn't think it would, and I didn't intend for it to. But at the retreat, Carruthers, I think I got his name correct, he said that it would.
You know, it's up to you. This is your policy. You can decide tonight that it applies to appointments moving forward so that Clark Doggett can serve out his term and not be removed from the board. This is your policy. You have control of it.
I think it should be, the way that I've presented it, I think it should be in effect immediately.
When is his term due?
We just reopened it.
Oh, you did?
3 years? I think it's 2. He's got 2.5.
Because he was just reappointed in September or something.
Yep.
It's kind of like grandfathering a zoning decision or something like that. Right? Something's approved and you change the rules, you're allowed to continue with what was, and when you want to change, you got to apply to new rules.
Nothing against Mr. Clark. Has there been some interest, you know, what John's saying, is there interest in, hey, volunteering to be on a board?
Yeah, we have alternates.
Yeah, we have several alternates.
We have alternates?
Yeah, we have spots, we have 3 for alternates. So they're still open.
1026.
There are people waiting to serve.
In my experience, there has been over the years, over the last 30 years, there's a cycle of volunteers. Sometimes you have a lot of volunteers, and sometimes you can't find a volunteer. So it's just whatever the current circumstances.
John, anything else?
Nothing some injustice, but that's just me.
So let me ask the attorney something. So I'm looking at this, the purpose and intent that I have on the screen, and it says it's consistent with the bylaws Article 2 of our Board of Adjustment bylaws, and it's a supplement and does not seek to replace existing policies and ordinances. The appointment section, what I was mentioning earlier, is memorialized in the UDA. So are you proposing that this is the language that says, in essence, forget that portion?
Mr. Whitaker, this is a policy that it's in supplement. It does not get rid of anything else. We are allowed to have policies about how we
Right, I'm not arguing that point. I'm just asking if, the UDO is the place where that is memorialized.
The UDO gives the law that says that you're allowed to create criteria.
Yeah, the UDO says that the town council appoints the planning board members and appoints the board of adjustment members. But that does not foreclose the town council from adopting policies about eligibility for appointment.
Right, and my concern is not about that policy decision. It's more about just clarity of the future, because it's going to be important to direct staff, future staff, when they read the UDO about appointments, they're just going to need to be clear that there's a separate policy that really dictates how that's done.
For appointment.
For appointment, right. So I'm just making that point. I'm not arguing with your policy.
So if this being for planning board of adjustment appointments, do we already have another policy, and I think that we do, that covers this for the committees? Okay, so basically this is filling in the gap.
Well, that's in the UDO, isn't it?
This is not in the UDO.
No, the one about committees.
What governs
there's a policy.
the committee is actually an ordinance.
It's a policy.
Consolidated committee ordinance.
So, and that already lives for committees.
But you can have a policy that guides your decisions. I mean, it's a criteria.
Is that true, Bob, that this is just filling in the gap that is still there? Or?
Right, we don't have any specific rule on that, at least that I'm aware of, in the UDO or in any other policy that applies to the planning board and the board of adjustment specifically.
Okay.
Any further discussion? So we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Aye. The motion carries 4-1. Ms. Doggett?
I just want you to know that I take this very personally, that this family has been involved in this town as part of their civic duties. And I felt very strongly about that. And I thought it was very important that people that live in a community be involved in the community. But if this is the way that the community is going to treat the members of its town, then screw it. I am turning in my resignation and it's over. Thank you.
Item 14D has been moved. So we'll move to item 14E.
Is this the A1?
Yeah.
I think I made that motion. Doug, you want to start off with that?
I will. So I want to bring everybody up to speed about our Greenway, A&Y Greenway progress. We had a meeting the other day, first of the week, with our MPO and NCDOT with the primary purpose of discussing splitting this project. So remember, we have a municipal agreement with NCDOT for the Greenway that dictates the parameters of that. So in essence, it's an 80% funded, 20% town match contract agreement. And the question at hand Monday was splitting the project into two parts. And best I can do is put that up on the screen and give you a visual to look at in just a second. Okay, this is just one of the maps that was presented back at the October 19th public stakeholder meetings. And so what came out of that meeting, and I'm going to start on the north end. So this is Madeira Street near Dog Park, down in front of the school, down Summerfield Road, past Auburn, and then you'll see before the mobile home park, just north of that, we turned west into the watershed. Well, working our way to the watershed that works around to the tunnel at US 220. And so what came out of those meetings in October was that this part is pretty well settled. The public largely was content with what I'm going to call the northern part of it. This is a part that is not going to be challenging in reference to right-of-way acquisition because this is largely built right within DOT's right-of-way. And then it gets trickier as I scroll up and let you see the southern part. So let's just track this real quickly so everyone will know. So this is turning north of the trailer park. This is going down in this image showing skirting David Couch's properties just behind the mobile home park. Working its way at this point, following topography into the Greensboro watershed, working its way behind Sarah's Head, down, there you go, and then working its way up 220 by the paving company and into the pedestrian tunnel. So what came out of that was a lot of unsettledness. So what that means is there were some property owners in this area that weren't happy with the alignment. There's a property owner here that's never liked the alignment close to her property. And then there was a lot of discussion about revisiting coming out of that tunnel, going just north of the paving company. This is a gentleman's property, and this is the paving company's. and working our way through here and kind of short-circuiting, if you will, shorting that distance and working our way around. So I told you back recently that since then, I have said multiple times that we're going to be talking to property owners in the southern segment to try to, in essence, make people happy about the alignment and where it goes. And so this meeting was, and that's the backdrop, but the meeting was, let's split this project that we feel good about from the right-of-way proceeding standpoint from this part that still needs more work to make more people happier. And so that was the core question with DOT. And
when you say we feel good about, does that mean it's set in stone or it's just?
I'm saying the public feedback was overall very positive about this section.
The homeowners?
It was from the stakeholder meeting. So we came away from that in October with there not being much concern about this routing that was shown and presented. And most of the concern was focused all in the southern section.
So when we had the company go knocking on doors and talking to the homeowners to see if they were okay with it, all of the homeowners on the Summerfield Road part were fine with it?
Remember, they're not quite there yet. So
okay, so
part of their work is that right-of-way authorization stage and right-of-way acquisition stage. And so we recently sent letters out about that said, hey, you're going to see some folks surveying and on your property, but we'll be talking soon about right-of-way acquisition if that's needed. So what's largely in this area, residents aren't that involved with because it's being constructed in DOT's right.
So no citizens have spoken against it on that part?
I can't say that none have. There's probably somebody that has.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, I'm speaking very generally that overall there wasn't much spoken concern about any of this part. The concern was largely on the southern section. And so that presented a dilemma because remember we have timelines here, right-of-way construction this year and right-of-way and then construction to start after that. And it's all tied to DOT's funding deadlines and we've talked about this part for years, so that part's not new. So what came out of that discussion, and let me back up just a little bit about a discussion that Councilmember Clay and I and staff member had on Friday. We had a long meeting about this, about the Greenway, bringing him up to speed on the project. And he asked the question, what if we just bypass all of this and we go right up Summerfield Road? And I said, well, what you're asking about is the 2012 finished in early 12 feasibility study when this whole project started. So when the project started, Guilford County, the three towns were looking at bringing the Greenway, making the connection at the new tunnel and bringing it forward and bringing it north. And so there was a lot of debate at the time. The Trails and Open Space Committee had a lot of healthy debate about some differences of opinion between the county and the MPO representatives of whether it should stay more along the railroad alignment, so more along Summerfield Road all the way here, or at the time it was presented that there were more challenges in this part. And so without belaboring the point, after a lot of debate and discussion, this thing got rerouted through the watershed. There was some excitement about that because that was really beautiful wooded kind of virgin woods that excites those that are more interested in the wooded part of the Greenway. So anyway, what happened was with this conversation, I brought that into with this conversation with Councilmember Clay. What we did was went and had that conversation with DOT and with the MPO and our engineers, Kimley Horn, and talked about the feasibility of that today. It's you might think there's not been much development along Summerfield Road, and in that section there hasn't. But some things have changed. For instance, the town has 2 lots now at the beginning of Summerfield Road. We've built this connector, sidewalk connector up to Summerfield Road. And then there's a bit of a change without getting into too much detail about how when we first talked about that, we were trying to set the greenway off of the road and put a grass strip, and that would have pushed that actual greenway a little bit further back into folks' yards. And so what the decision that council made at the time was, well, we'll do curb and gutter instead. More construction cost of that, but it does away with the grass strip, pushes that greenway a little closer to the road, keeps it in the right of way, which we've realized in a great way on this northern part, very much to our advantage from a constructability standpoint. And so I say all that to say there's a whole new idea that that's being talked about. And also, I want to not leave this out, said we were having conversations with property owners all along this area to try to solve some problems. I think the mayor may have reported last month, one of us, that we've had conversations with the paving company and trying to explore this area. We had a conversation just this week, midweek, with Mr. Couch about his properties and the ability to get through his parcel, which is a major part of this greenway, lies in his area of his property holdings. So there's a lot going on with this section. And so what I suggested to you, council, was that our Trails and Open Space Committee has invested a lot of effort into this whole project over the years and advised and recommended to you. And this would be a major change. So and let me zoom in on that a little bit more for you, because we're really just talking about the southern section here. So the real question is...
And we own those 2 lots there on the corner?
We own those 2 lots right there, yes. Where the parking is, we're at the end of Summerfield Road, and recently acquired one just north of that. And so it is a really big, it's a big deal to make a change. It's a decision for the town ultimately. So the questions to DOT and let me back up. As far as the feasibility, could that be constructed? I would say it looks a little more promising today than it did then, for some of the reasons I mentioned. But there are pros and cons. It's too detailed to get into tonight for this conversation, but we can talk about as you debate it further. And with that said, nothing along here has been surveyed, engineered, designed, so of course that would come with cost to do that versus what's already been done. But it's a much more direct route. There were really proponents on the Trails and Open Space Committee of just keeping it on Summerfield Road at the time.
They were in favor.
It was really split. There was a lot of debate because people felt strongly one way or the other about it. And
because we had one person today say they liked it, and then I had a couple of people that I talked to also that reached out to me and said, hey, I hear something's on the table. We've been wanting that for a long time.
So what I had suggested in an email to you a day or so ago was put this on here and just talk about, in general, if you want a formal recommendation from Trails and Open Space Committee. And you got a little bit of that tonight, I think, in Ginger Lambrick's comments. What I was suggesting was they have a meeting coming up February 28th, their normal meeting. Maybe they could come away with a recommendation and you could make a formal decision on whether you want to go down this route and make the change. Maybe you could make that decision March the 12th. And it is really important that we make a decision pretty soon, because we just keep pushing back on those deadlines related to right-of-way.
And construction needs to start this year.
And Well, we just need to continue with that right-of-way acquisition. And so the big question on the table is, hey, DOT, will you let us split? I'm doing the northern part here on the city. It looks good from my angle anyway. So this part, DOT, will you let us split it into two projects? And then when we talk more about the possibility of shortening it and just going up Summerfield Road, kind of just on hold to see what direction y'all want to go with it. And I've talked a lot, so let me just open it up and see what questions you have about it.
So for a point of clarification, the south side has not been surveyed, is that correct?
I believe all of this has been surveyed, and
where it is currently has been.
Yeah. But and if your question is Summerfield Road this part? No, it is not, because it's a revisiting of an old idea that we have not asked engineers to look at closely.
So, from just the conversations I had last week, I'll add just a little bit to that. Scott, you did a really good job at putting a historical perspective on that. Basically, there is some uncertainty of, like Scott said, who allows exactly where the greenway is going to go around the 220 and the watershed. So we discussed really instead of that two-phase approach, to really make it a single phase. So we talked with Craig McKinney. He thought, that is a very viable option on the east side of Summerfield Road, and commented that it would probably be quicker than to go around the watershed, and either on budget or cost less. Now that's just a conversation. I mean, it's not set in stone, but it was very favorable. So the right-of-way and the construction timelines are pressing, and we do need some direction from council. And I would love to see a greenway to go through our beautiful town, get it going. But I think, like Scott was saying, I think it needs to go to the Trails and Open Space Committee, and I think that it'd probably be wise for us to get citizen feedback.
That's the biggest thing for me if we move it to Summerfield Road, is the people that live there, whose yards we're going to be going through.
Yeah.
So we had a conversation related to that in our meeting with DOT and the MPO. So with any kind of project like this, with this kind of funding, there's a formal requirement of public participation, and we have met those goals all along thus far in the project. But if we switch gears with this southern part of Summerfield Road, we really should probably have one more meeting to engage those folks along that routing. And big picture, so keep in mind, this is DOT funding, so everything has to get their permission, authorization to proceed. And big picture MPO, they would really love to see that Greensboro Greenway, especially when they eventually get the trestle built back over the lake. They would love to see that extended. And so the question was, DOT and MPO, how much do you care where we go with this route? And the very simplistic answer was, as long as it's constructible, to DOT standards, we don't so much care which way you go. This is a Summerfield project, so this is a town decision, but we just have to remember we're operating within their approval framework, and it's really going to come down to which route council prefers, and we'll just need to explore that if you want to make the change so we can redirect our engineers.
If council decides to move forward with this, and it goes to the TOS on 2/28 for their input and feedback, can we get citizen feedback meeting out before our 3/12 meeting?
We need time to advertise that. It's possible we could do that. I just have to look at the requirements for those kind of meetings. But right now, so our engineers, Kimley Horn, looked at this section and had a similar initial reaction of, yeah, it's probably constructible, it's probably feasible, but just understand they haven't looked at it closely enough yet to make any determinations. I think we got to get to, and the reason I say that is I think we got to give them a little bit of time before we roll out a different route to the public to confirm that they don't see any significant problems with that. And with that said, I think it would be really pushing it to have that at the same time, but we might could have a public engagement meeting just shortly after that, and or we'll see what we can do.
Okay.
And just to confirm, you're saying that it would be in the DOT right away.
Well, no, I'm not saying that on this southern part. I'm saying there are places that it will likely be able to be constructed in the right of way. There are some what I call pinch points. There's a mobile home and a house. I don't want to get the GIS out unless you want me to, but in this general area, so there are going to be some residents impacted coming up Summerfield Road. I can't say yet how much will be. Right, so let me be clear about that if I wasn't. What we're talking about is trying to keep this on the east side, so on this side of Summerfield Road, not on the trailer park side. There's just too big of constructability problems there in terms of those large pine trees all in front of the trailer park. You would have to wipe out every bit of that, and it's not really feasible to do that. But we did drive, if you will, up the east side in that meeting, and initially it looks like it could be done. But maybe you have to move some utility poles in the way, or build around the utility poles. But we're not sure how much of that would be in DOT yet right away, as opposed to having to require right away from the property owner.
So what part of this update had to do with David Couch?
Good question. So Mr. Couch had got word back through a couple of different folks that he wanted to talk about the Greenway specifically. And so he wanted to meet, and if you'll remember, his village's project includes his concept from his designers, did not include our line for the Greenway. And let me back up and say, originally Mr. Couch said, we never had quite a full letter of intent, but what he said was, I'm a big supporter of the greenways, so I'm going to let you skirt my property edge in this area for now, with the caveat that I might want to move it related to his development plans in the future. So his project that is not an active project still has that line designed for the greenway to go more central and come out basically at the same place. And in the conversation that he had on Wednesday with myself and the mayor, the gist of it was that I'm still a big proponent of this greenway, and I would allow the town to enter in this general area. Is that pretty close, Mayor?
That's right.
Right in there. And so so you could design to that point and to this point that we basically have, and that it would, that is the question mark that I think somebody raised before related to the uncertainty. So in essence, he said, yes, I will commit to the town to allow the greenway across my property, but I'm going to want it to go differently than the line you see here. and you may think that is something that you don't like the sound of.
But that line there isn't on his property, isn't it? It's on the trailer park property.
This was on the trailer park property, but
They changed their mind on that.
that had some problems as that got explored a little further.
So now the line is moved over onto his property?
If we did this, it would have to.
Well, he doesn't even
go
want that
over his
anymore.
property. What he agreed to was he would give us a point of entrance and a point of exit. Wouldn't be able to run the trail through there at this time because he's still in limbo about what he's going to do, but he would put in writing that he would give us opportunity to get across his property. So it would resolve the issue with the trailer park and their septic field that's in the back of the trailer park, and also the other issues with those residents north of the trailer park where that got put on their property.
So this is not current anyway?
My opinion, this right here is not doable.
And he's saying
For
we
more
can't
reasons-
put it...
For more reasons for that than just this part of the conversation.
But that red line that's on the trailer park property, we're not... So David's saying he doesn't necessarily just want it moved over onto his, he wants it all through it.
Correct.
Well,
Sarah,
as opposed to just moving it back over the line, where, we had a verbal commitment to him prior, but it was just a verbal commitment. We had nothing in writing. And that's when it was going to skirt, and it wasn't really going to skirt like that shows on their line, just on his line, but it would have substantially been over that way. Now, he said that he would give us something just left of the G in Greensboro, north of it, and then basically exiting where it currently shows it exiting. My perspective, outside the David conversation, is we went over and walked the southern, where it comes out of the tunnel and then goes south. And I really don't feel like that is safe because of the paving company there.
Because we're crossing
People coming out. There's nobody would come out there and look to their right to merge into traffic because there's a median. So they would only come up through training, and as long as they've been there, look to their left and then pull out onto 220. So if someone were walking up that trail going north, they literally could walk right in, and those trucks are loaded with sand. They're coming up a hill, so visibility is very limited. Plus they're trying to navigate a clutch, check traffic to their left. That's what they're used to. They're not used to looking to their right. So I felt like that was really unsafe. So the thing that Scott was showing, going across those two pieces of property, one piece that belongs to one resident, the other piece that belongs to the paving company, trying to get an easement to get through there, and then once you got into the Greensboro watershed, basically heading south to get away from that citizen's residence, swinging out wide and then going up to where Mr. Couch was giving us an opportunity, would have provided an opportunity for this thing to go through what would be some nature and not only just be on pavement. However, now with costs that have gone up the way that they have, the complexities of getting the residents who own that strip of property through there, not being able to complete it at this point, we'd have to leave the part on Mr. Couch's property unfinished for the purpose of this design, and leave that for future. A much simpler project, and now, thank you, a much simpler project now and perhaps more affordable would be to come out of the tunnel, go north where that sidewalk is, and then proceed up Summerfield Road.
So my question goes still, that line that goes along the back of the trailer park, we're not looking at just moving it over an inch on this literally wall. It would go all through David's property.
I would say that is correct.
So I don't know how, with so many changes to this map not being accurate as to what we're actually considering, how we're supposed to make a choice.
Well, so let me address that. So, what I started out the conversation saying was the northern part is pretty well settled and easy. This whole section is in question, so the mayor is pointing to this area as opposed to this down 220 wraparound. We're still dealing with concerns about this property owner, even though technically we're not on her property. There's still a concern up here. There's the uncertainty was at the time of this drawing with Mr. Couch. So there's a lot that's uncertain about this, and when we said we would be having meetings with property owners, apart from Mr. Couch, we've already had that conversation with the paving company's representatives, and the mayor is working hard to have another conversation with this property owner. And so there's a lot going on in that area. And so what we're asking tonight is for us not to get too down in the weeds about the details of this route, but just look at it broadly that, you know, we've been working on this general route for a long time through the watershed, and comparing that to going up Summerfield Road. And kind of starting with design.
So on the call Monday, in discussion with the DOT, the MPO, all those guys, where that was originally discussed, going up Summerfield Road, it ended up not being discussed because there's no curb and gutter. But now because of curb and gutter, and I would say in addition to what we found with the right-of-way, it would make it, they seemingly, and Scott is correct, it has not been confirmed, but seemingly possible that it could go straight up Summerfield Road, and with the rising costs of construction, could be a savings. It's not a guaranteed savings, but could be a savings. Could be something that we can get buy-in from the community, and something that we could actually complete. So I think the question would be, is the council comfortable enough with that to ask the Trails and Open Space if they would discuss it and provide their input? And as Mr. Clay suggested, try to get that done in their February meeting, and then if that goes well, get the public's input in March, and then have it back on the agenda in April, which I don't think we completed that loop, but have it back on the agenda in April just to go up Summerfield Road.
Okay, so what did you need to talk to David Couch about?
The David Couch conversation was before the MPO conversation on Monday of this week to talk about, to revisit the Summerfield Road. So the conversation would be mute if we decide to go with the Summerfield Road route. So with my conversation with the paving company and with the other landowners, I've been trying to get a meeting.
You said he said he was still in limbo. So he did reference the issue of de-annexation?
No.
All right, so when you said he's still in limbo, what made you make that assessment?
Those are my words.
Okay.
We never talked to him. From my perspective, I mean, when we had the public meeting, and I went over to be there for citizens to ask questions, the people from the trailer park, as well as those residents to the north, said, this line looks like it's on our property. And I said, no, that's not on your property. Because I wasn't even aware that it had been moved after, at some point it got moved, I think because of, I don't know who made the call to do that. But from my perspective, it was still on Mr. Couch's property. Until residents pointed it out, and I leaned in and really looked at it, I didn't realize it had been moved. So it got moved. That right there is not, it's not feasible, it's not possible. because even if those residents weren't north of the trailer park weren't adamant, it's impossible to do in the back of the trailer park due to the septic field that's there. That's where their old septic field is on the back of that property. There's no way it could go through there.
So the ask is that if we want to send it to the Trails and Open Space, to consider Summerfield Road.
Yeah, I can make a motion to sort of solidify what the ask is, and then.
Do we need to make a motion for that, or just send it to the?
I think if there's consensus, we'll do that. The only caveat to that is this is likely going to require some additional surveying. Will require additional surveying, and I don't know if that will be covered. It probably will not in the scope of work that we have with Kimley Horn. So there was some mention of the cost with our engineers to work on this project. We're throwing a very different route at them. So if they come back and say, Scott, it's going to be X thousands of dollars to survey that section, I just want to be able to say, okay, we're pulling the trigger on it.
But
we could table
add
this
to that, but Craig also said you're not going through the watershed and all the expenses that way too. So it could be net neutral, we just don't know.
And it could actually be a savings. It is substantially shorter to go this route, substantially.
Mr. Mayor Sessoms, if you wouldn't mind, if Ms. Olenek can say something.
I'm sorry, y'all. I grew up, that's where you're talking about David coming in. That is a gully right there. I mean, it is so steep. And the watershed is so swampy. I mean, I'm sure y'all been back there, but it floods and it is a total swamp that it makes total sense to me to go down Summerfield Road. The infrastructure that you would have to put, I mean, you'd almost have to like put a bridge because it was literally flood, and that's the truth. I mean, I grew up back in those woods, playing on those creeks and stuff.
And we've seen that. I walked back there.
I mean, it gets, when we get a rain, it's like a swamp.
And
So the infrastructure of that and that gully where you're talking about, I mean, it is literally a gully.
Is that the motion that you're planning to make, Mr. Clay? I'm sorry, I didn't know to move to something else.
I just have one more thing, and then I think we might have a motion. So I think it would be good to have a citizen comment section. So February 28th is a Wednesday, so that's the Trails and Open Space Committee. And then are we talking about trying to do something on the 29th for a citizen?
No, I don't think we can pull advertisements with any kind of exhibits that's, ready to show citizens. I think that's what I was referencing.
I don't think
we'll
there's
do that
any
as
way
soon
to
as
get
we
it done
can.
before the March 12th meeting. I wouldn't think.
I don't see any necessary rush on it, so yeah, I guess they could. And you said, Mr. Whitaker, you said there was a further cost, I think, with surveys, but that wouldn't be anything involved with us having this meeting on the 28th?
No, I'm just kind of prepping you in case they come back, the engineers, give them a horn and say, hey, you realize this is outside the scope of our work, and they have sub-consultants that do the surveying, and it just would be an expectation of mine that they would ask for more for that.
So in March,
probably not.
March we'll just hear what everybody has come up with, and then we'll move to vote in April. Is that?
I'm just suggesting give the Trails and Open Space Committee one meeting to talk about it. Maybe they come away with a formal recommendation for the March meeting, and then it would be, we've got to work a public engagement session in there somewhere, but you could make the decision in March that you're comfortable enough with this Summerfield Road route to direct the engineers, Kimley Horn, to start looking at it much closer. Because right now they're just on hold with this whole southern section because we've got decisions to make, you've got decisions to make.
Make your motion. He's ready. He says, I'm going to.
Mr. Mayor.
No, I got this. He said, take it over.
May I make a motion to have a Summerfield Road only approach, getting the Trails and Open Space Committee February 28th feedback, followed by citizen meeting feedback, and then a prompt council decision to direct Kimberly Warren in that direction.
I would suggest Summerfield only approach to the southern section. Because the northern section goes off Summerfield Road.
Only approach for the southern section.
Have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and many seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? And it is unanimous.
I do have some more questions about this topic, though. If that's all right. I have great concerns about the meeting on Wednesday. I would like to ask if at any point the de-annexation or any of that came up between you and David.
Did not.
Okay. I would like to ask.
I'm just curious now.
Go ahead.
What about the villages, OSM 5, anything with that?
Anything.
No.
Okay.
Nothing more than we looked at the pictures of the villages to see where his trail was, and that he lined that up with where he said we could go on his property, which is where it already had the trail. So from that perspective, I would say we're talking about the villages.
But just about where the trail would go.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, and in addition to that, we talked not only about the Mountain to Sea Trail, which we refer to as the A&Y Trail, but we also talked about the Piedmont Trail, because on his rendering, the A&Y and the Piedmont Trail run all the way up to just below the bottom of his property line, and then the A&Y that we're discussing now continues north. The Piedmont Trail breaks off and goes a little east, remaining in the Greensboro watershed, and then it crosses onto his property and goes up, and the Piedmont Trail comes out just north of Bunch Road, comes out just north of Bunch Road, and then heads east from there. We discussed the Piedmont Trail as well. And he also made suggestions about taking the trail and looping the trail, and lots of conversation about that.
You have to remember, we're very curious and interested, so when we heard that you met with him, we, by nature, were very curious about it. So not to give you the third degree, but it's questions that jump out.
No, that's why I asked it to be put on here, so I can give you the update and talk about it. But then everything that we discussed on Wednesday, everything I discussed with the pavers company, everything I discussed with the attorney for the other citizens' property who I've been trying to get a meeting with to do that, all those became moot on Monday when we had this renewed conversation of going up Summerfield Road, and Craig said even a year ago that wasn't feasible, but now that is feasible, and there's a way we can do it. And you can't not look at the savings, knowing how much costs have gone up since we started talking about this in 2012, the savings that would be there. And so I thought all of those guys were going to have problems with the majority of this trail being already on pavement or right beside a road, and they did not. They all seemed to like the idea of going up Summerfield Road. So, not that they wouldn't like it to go out through some wooded area and see, and I would too. That's what I think we all wanted in the beginning. I think now, if we have something that we can agree on, that we can get approved, that will be potentially a cost savings, then I say let's all get on that train. That's my opinion.
Can I ask that from now on, anytime anyone, staff or council or mayor meets with David Couch, that we're all told about it ahead of time? and given the opportunity to attend, less of a quorum. And then we're given, anytime anyone meets with David, we get an update right away after.
Because of the sensitive nature of,
Yeah.
of the whole TA
Yeah.
and the de-annexation of the villages.
Am I allowed to ask that, Bob?
Sure, you can ask anything.
Well, do they have to tell us? Do they have to tell us if they're going to meet with us?
I understand.
That's not my thing.
Oh, okay.
I understand it's probably more effective for fewer people and it's quicker. So I understand Janelle's request to there too. Again, like I told Mr. Sessoms, it probably feels like we're giving them the third degree, but just very curious about it. If we can maybe agree to at least give us some notice that something's going to happen, so we can talk to you beforehand. You know, Mr. Sessoms is, he speaks for the council, right? But the council gives him the message to speak. So if he's going to go somewhere and talk to somebody, he needs to have the power of the council behind him, or he's talking for nothing. Unless I'm wrong about any of that, and let me know. But that's the way I understand it. He's the figurehead.
Well, I don't really know that I speak for the council, and I'm already removed from the de-annexation conversation. I haven't spoken to any of those attorneys since early December, late November. So outside of this, I have no reason, because I'm not in that loop. So I don't.
So can we agree that if anyone is going to meet with David, we let council know ahead of time?
I think
If I meet with David, I certainly will. I've never met him, but I would like to at some point. But yeah, I will certainly let you know. I got a meeting with him.
When did he reach out, Scott?
When did David reach out?
Who contacted you?
I've
Must have been Tuesday. I thought we did the meeting on Thursday, but it must have been Wednesday. So
we met Wednesday afternoon. I relayed that to Councilmember Clay Friday morning because we were talking about the Greenway, and then that afternoon, so 48 hours later, I gave y'all an update in my manager's report and reported that we didn't talk about the de-annexation or the OSMD district or his intentions.
Well, you said I didn't, so I didn't know if that meant neither you nor Tim did, or just you didn't. Did you purposefully say
I was just speaking for myself.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Do you want to put if you have a motion, you want to form something, some sort of request to make sure that we're notified prior to any meeting with David for any subject.
Does it need to be a motion, or can everyone just agree to do that? Just to build trust and...
John, Heath,
I don't need a motion. Do you agree to that?
Yeah.
If you're going to meet with David, will you let us know ahead of time?
Yes.
Do you agree to that?
Thumbs up here. John said thumbs
I'm just
up.
going down the line. Do you agree to that? You'll let us know if you're going to meet with David ahead of time?
if I'm meeting with him on town business, I will.
Sure. If it's personal, that's fine. You agree to that?
Yes. Is that just send it to the mayor or to everybody?
We're going to, wait, you agree? Scott, you agree?
Sure.
Dee?
Yes.
Brad?
Yep.
All right. All right, I don't need a motion then. That just would help with trust. Okay. We can vote now.
Anything else on item E? We'll move on to item F, reports, updates, or comments. Anyone?
I have one.
Okay.
We received an email the other day from Gail questioning the cost of the rental house, and maybe we need to send it to the finance committee to see if maybe we're making as much money as we could off the rental house. And with a couple of council members talking about worrying about being short on Banderas and some shortages there, I think it makes sense to ask the finance committee, because I think I understand that the rental comes up for renewal March 31st, to ask the finance committee to look at it to see if are we getting the most we can out of this rental house to help offset some of the costs.
That's all I got.
Okay.
I did want to ask, but because I did have one other thing, but I am willing to let us go to the next month because, for the sake of time.
So to be clear, we're referring that, and you don't want to do it?
At some point, I want to revisit whether or not the letters that we were asking Bob if they're privileged about releasing them to the public, but I feel like that's going to take time, and for the sake of time, I'm willing to wait.
And Bob has no notice of anything. He's been provided nothing new.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And radio silence from anybody on all that stuff, so I have no idea.
Okay. So we'll wait.
Months since I've been privy to
So
anything.
any other reports, updates, or comments?
Is this taking the place of other business?
Yeah, I was curious where that was from. I didn't
Well, I when I added it, I did say reports, updates, or comment, and what that normally does say is other business. So that's what I.
Because we have other business.
Is any other business?
Yes.
16.
Oh, it's still on here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, well then, other business is still on the other page.
Do you want to just take care of 16 now?
No.
No.
I mean, why would we skip?
Okay. All right, then I'll wait till 16.
So, item number 15, would anybody like to make a motion, we recess to closed session?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we recess to closed session under NCGS 143-318.11A3 and A5.
Okay, have a motion, have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We are moving to closed session.
Need your forgiveness. Dee said she'll never forgive me. I said, I don't need your forgiveness.
Thank you.
She's safe at work.
She's actually, I'm tonight, but she starts tomorrow.
We have a motion to go back into open session.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make the motion that we go back into open session.
Have a motion, have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any other business?
I do have a couple of things. I wanted to follow up with, at our last meeting, we talked about signage on Summerfield Road for the dog park. And I was just wondering if that had moved along.
Trying to get with the property owner on that corner to ask about it, have talked to staff about it.
Okay. There's, I just wanted to make sure that it was asked upon council last time that there was a clear direction on what we were going to do with the comp plan, and just moving forward. It's my understanding, and I want to make sure everybody else agrees, that we were going to move forward with the comp plan and look at possibly integrating the land use policies in there when we get started on that. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Oh, yeah.
Also, we had discussed early on about training and training with the planning board. And I think, Brad, did you say there might be some training coming up?
Yeah, so I tried to get something with PTRC, still hammering out those details, but I got an email from the school government this week about 2 upcoming trainings. I've emailed all the planning board.
Okay.
I have a draft to send to you all too, get you all on that.
Okay.
I think they will need a budget amendment though, depending on how many people want to sign up for it.
Okay. All right. Just want to check on that. Let's see. Also, we had discussed last time and just wanted to follow up on it. And a list was sent out on the cleanup of the UDO, like miscellaneous things. And I was wondering, based on the time, can we maybe start peeling off 2s and 3s of those and start working on those?
So, yeah, we talked about this, I think, late last week, Scott and I, and planning department, me and Daniel are proposing, we think, depending on how council feels about it, a 2024 comprehensive UDO update. So maybe around September, August, October, we'll have a large text amendment in front of you all after it goes to the planning board and maybe workshops with you all on the planning board. So the goal of that is when you get to, we might have talked about this before, but when you get to the actual public hearings, the public can see what the planning board and council have already worked through and then make comments on more of a final draft. So then when we get to that public hearing, they can see what you all already make your comments on, the revisions, and then make your comments there, and then you can maybe make some minor adjustments after that. The goal is to not really make legislation on the fly in an open session, because that gets a little messy, gets a little hard to do, especially for staff. So the goal would be to have several work sessions, get all these text amendments done in one go, later in this year to give us plenty of time to do it.
And the other component of that is that there are so, that list has grown and grown. Part of that is are things that staff sees that needs further clarification. Part of it are things that council brings to us. And there's just so many things that we will be in perpetual public hearing text mode if we just keep biting off 4 and 5 things at a time. And so that was just an option that we're throwing out for your consideration to try to tackle it a bit more comprehensively.
And there is cost associated too with that. So we have to notice in the paper twice, Sarah, right, for each public hearing for the text amendment. So if we do that each month from here on out, it could add up to a lot of money.
Okay. I just want to make sure we keep the ball rolling. That's all. I'm not going to worry about that. Okay. I'm done.
Other business?
I'll make the motion to, we discussed Mr. Whitaker, his contract. I move to not extend Mr. Whitaker's contract past his rollover date. That's the motion.
Can you repeat that, please?
I move to not extend Scott Whitaker's contract.
What day is that?
Wait. To expire.
I'm sorry? I move not to extend his contract back past the rollover date, which, from what I understand, is the June date that's on there. But that is my motion. We choose not to renew Scott Whitaker's contract. This gives him 60 days notice.
Period. Have a motion. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Further discussion?
We're talking about the end of a contract. We appreciate Mr. Whitaker's efforts. We will work to either renegotiate his contract or we'll begin our search for his successor. That's the idea here.
Mr. Mayor, I had a discussion. After reviewing the employment agreement, I presume it to be an unconsultable contract that is employee favored, one-sided, and unfair to the town as the employer. There are limited safeguards and bargaining power for the town. I mean, to be clear, I have no personal negative feelings towards Scott and realize his value of historical knowledge would be missed. However, it is my duty to the citizens to point out an unjust agreement and begin to remedy it. Like other contractual agreements that this council has decided not to pursue, whether it's term length or non-compete or whatever, I cannot in good conscience vote to continue the existing employee agreement.
Do you want Mr. Horner to define the timelines around this?
We do not. I think we're still looking at it to confirm how that works. So at this point, we're just clearly giving him notice.
Okay, further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
And the motion carries by a count of 4-1.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
A second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.